Yes.
Are those accurate depictions of the people depicted in 526 Yankee X-ray?
Yes.
State tenders 526 Yankee X-ray.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Thank you. Would you please tell the jury the date 526 Yankee X-ray was posted to Mr. Zachary's Twitter account?
July 23rd, 2015.
And what is the posting or the caption under the date?
Free DK, green snake emoji. Free slug, green snake emoji.
And as we go down to the persons or the people in 526 Yankee X-ray, would you tell the jury who it is that is shown in that exhibit? Starting from the left. Can we zoom out the show?
Excuse me. The gentleman with no shirt is Trontavious Stevens. Next to him with the red cap is Quindarius Zachary. The person kneeling down with the white t-shirt is Walter Murphy. And the person with the red shirt, I believe that's Quindarius' brother, Tay.
Okay.
I'm not sure of his first name.
Okay. You got it? 480 Yankee. When you talked to Quindarius Zachary and you showed him a phone number in the interview that you had, do you recall off the top of your head which phone number it was that you showed him that he said, that's not my number?
The exact phone number, no.
Would showing you a copy of the warrant that you, and a warrant that you issued with respect to Quindarius Zachary's phone number, refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with State's Exhibit 506 Yankee.
All right.
Would you look at that and tell me if it refreshes your memory?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what number it was that you got from Quindarius Zachary's mother the day that you executed the search warrant at his home?
Area code 404-901-5726.
Did you do anything with that number in order to corroborate or disprove anything that Mr. Zachary told you during the interview on August the 5th? Or had you done anything with that number?
Yes, I had already received cell phone records from the cell phone provider for that particular phone number.
Okay. And did you, without getting into what you found, have the means to roughly plot out the location of that phone number during the incident at Adele Andrew Drive?
Yes.
All right. And were you able to corroborate or disprove, for your purposes, any of the information that Mr. Zachary gave you on August 5th, 2015, based on those?
Yes.
There's no foundation for what was applied. Never been discussed with this witness on objecting, and also the jury to determine what is corroborated or not in the facts.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Mr. Zachary gave several different statements, including one that he wasn't there. So we need to know, for that question to be answered, we need to know what version of events Mr. Zachary gave that day is being compared to the phone record.
May I respond to Mr. Thank you. With respect to Mr. Steele's objection, Your Honor. We've not asked any particular underlying questions about the phone records, but there have been continued questions placed upon or made by the defense regarding corroboration. So I'm asking generally, did she make any effort to corroborate the information that she obtained from Mr. Zachary? And then I'm going to ask if she challenged any of it.
All right, and I think that question was specific to the August 5th, 2015 statement.
Interview,
The way
yes.
you asked it, so
Yes.
overruled.
And as it relates to Mr. Shart's objection, if I need to clarify if that's the objection, and I need to, and the court tells me
I
so.
mean, you asked about it specific to any, you said any, and to that statement, so overruled.
Okay, thank you. So did those phone records corroborate any information that you obtained from Mr. Zachary during your August 5th, 2015 interview?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to talk about challenging Mr. Zachary during that interview. Do you remember Mr. Zachary when you first came in, or asking Mr. Zachary, what you want to talk to me about?
Yes.
And do you remember what his response was generally?
Yes.
And how would you describe what his response was?
He wanted me to tell him what information I already had. He wanted me to start the interview.
Okay. And after you told him, no, that's not how this works, you got to tell me what you want. What was his first bit of information that he gave you about that incident at Adele Drive on April 28, 2015? Did he deny being there?
Yes, he stated he wasn't there.
Now, did you initially say, I know that's not true, or did you talk to him for a while?
No, I talked to him for a minute. I wanted to lock him into a statement.
Why did you talk to him for a minute after getting information that he wasn't there? Did you believe that he actually wasn't there?
No, I already knew that he was there.
Okay. So why did you let him talk to you after telling you something that you believed to be false? Why did you let him give you more information?
At that point, I knew I could disprove what he was saying. I like to give people the opportunity to just say whatever it is they want to say. And once I confront them with facts or information that I already know, more than likely it kind of persuades them to just tell the truth.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you do what you would consider confronting Mr. Zachary with facts or challenging what he had just told you?
Yes.
And at that point, is that where you said, I can just get up and leave?
Yes.
After that point, after you challenged Mr. Zachary, did he acknowledge that he was in fact at the scene?
Yes.
Before you talked to Mr. Zachary and he told you about two different cars and the people who were in each car,
Hmm.
had you talked with any investigators from the Adele Avenue shooting who told you about a witness who said that they saw someone with dreads shoot?
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. clause objection is overruled. I was thinking about a different thing. We can get the witness back.
Sergeant Gaither. Do you recall during the time that you and Detective Dennis spoke with Quindarius Zachary, talking to him about the day Lucci's mother's house was shot? Or one of the shootings at Lucci's mother's house?
Yes.
Before you spoke with Quindarius Zachary on August the 5th, 2015, did you have information, any other information that Shannon had a 223 on that day before you spoke to Mr. Zachary?
No.
And before that, did you have any information about the type of gun Woody had at the time Miss Reed's house was shot up?
No.
And before you spoke to Mr. Zachary, did you have any other information about Pokey being involved in Lucci's mother's shooting?
No.
Throughout the interview with Mr. Zachary, did he provide you with what you would have considered incriminating information about Kenneth Copeland that you had not previously received from other sources?
Yes.
And what about Mr. Garlington? Did he give you information about Mr. Garlington that you had not received from other sources?
Yes.
Did he provide you with information regarding the January 10th, 2015 murder of Donovan Thomas and what happened before and after that you had not received from other sources?
Yes.
With respect to Antonio Sledge, did Mr. Zachary, during your August 5th, 2015 interview with Mr. Zachary, give you what you would have considered incriminating information about Antonio Sledge?
Yes.
Was that information known to you from any other source before you talked to Mr. Zachary on August the 5th?
Yes. Some of it, yes.
Was all of it?
Not all of it, no.
The information regarding Mr. Sledge shooting at Kel with Woody, was that known to you?
No.
And would you consider that incriminating information about Mr. Sledge?
Yes.
Did Mr. Sledge ever hint to you at any time during his interview with you that he had anything to do with shooting at a rival gang member?
No.
Did the information that Mr. Zachary gave you about Tay being a person that you knew to be affiliated with MDC, did I get that right or did I get
Yes.
that wrong? Did that cause you in any way to question or challenge what information you were being given by Mr. Zachary?
No.
Why not when MDC is a different group from YSL?
He provided information that some of it, which I already knew, would.
Your Honor, the assertion regarding it's not bolstering, it is an effort to show.
I'm gonna sustain and you can rephrase.
Okay. why did Mr. Zachary's explanation regarding being from Capitol Homes, him being from Capitol Homes, Moontook being from Capitol Homes, and Tay being from Capitol Homes have any significance to you?
Sustained.
You-
She said, or he said, assumes facts not in evidence.
During the interview, do you recall Mr. Zachary talking about himself being from Capitol Homes, Moontook being from Capitol Homes, and a third person that belongs to another group being from Capitol Homes?
Yes.
What was that third person?
Tay.
So during the interview, did Mr. Zachary talk to you about him, Moontook, and Tay all being from Capitol Homes?
He did.
Did that information have any significance to you?
It did.
What significance?
I showed a prior relationship,
Between,
those three individuals.
okay, despite the fact that Tay was MDC and Mr. Zachary and Mr. Sledge were YSL,
Yes.
Sustained.
I'll withdraw it. Thank you, I withdraw. Why was the fact that those three people had a prior association of any interest in your investigation?
It showed their continued alliance, even though they were from different gangs and lived on different sides of town. Presently, it showed their prior relationship from their roots, which was Capitol Homes.
Did that information in any way help you confirm, corroborate, or disprove the information you were getting from Mr. Zachary?
It made me believe it more. Corroborated.
Sustained.
So not talking about what you believe,
Okay.
did
Hang on
that,
just a second.
Move to strike.
That'll be stricken. Please disregard that last answer.
did that information corroborate or disprove for you any of the other information that you got from, and Your Honor, my understanding is her belief is irrelevant, but corroboration towards her, what she considered corroboration is relevant and important. Because,
I hear an
okay,
objection. Yes.
so
Yes.
did it, okay, thank you. What else? 151 Cleveland. Showing you 526 Yankee Juliet. Or publishing for the jury. Is that location the one that you described as 151 Cleveland, the BP gas station?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Now, did you go down to any rental agencies yourself to try and locate any rental vehicles that Mr. Zachary talked about Defendant Williams having during the time of Donovan Thomas's murder?
For
You
that,
yourself.
not for the murder, no.
Was that something that Detective Thorpe was primarily responsible for, or was that?
Yes, that was his case. He was a primary.
Justin Cobb, before you heard the name Doo-Wop from Quindaria Zachary, did you know Justin Cobb to be affiliated with any gangs?
No.
And did you ever classify or get information that caused you to believe that he was or wasn't?
Confrontation clause.
Overruled.
I don't recall. I don't believe so.
Okay. Was Quindarius Zachary the first person that you learned of the name Justin Cobb from?
Yes.
Now, when you were talking about doo-wop and you said, I think either you or Mr. Zachary talked about him being on Yak's IG.
Mhm.
Do you remember saying one of the people in the room motioning, or Mr. Zachary actually motioning about height? Like,
Yes.
and at that time, had you already seen Justin Cobb on Diamante Kendrick's IG?
Yes.
Okay. So if he was not someone that you had known of before your interview with Quindarius Zachary, what was the circumstance that you would have seen him on Diamante Kendrick's IG?
He was like a rapper and had some song out. Like, I don't remember exactly how the words go. It was a little catchy little song that I saw on Mr. Kendrick's Instagram page that tagged him in it. But I didn't know the significance of, him necessarily being involved with YSL at the time that I saw it.
And was or is Justin Cobb someone who is significantly short or significantly tall or just average height?
He a little thing. He's small.
He's
He's
what?
small. Short, rather.
Before talking with Mr. Zachary, did you have information from any other source that Nard was concerned that Woody might fold and tell that Nard, Shannon Yak, and Doo-Wop had killed Donovan Thomas? Information from any other source.
Objection, Your Honor, confrontation clause.
Sustained.
Your Honor, just 1 second. Hold on. Right. When you heard from Mr. Zachary that Nard was worried Woody would fold, that he, and tell police that Nard, Yak, Shannon, and Doo-Wop had murdered Nut, was that the first time that you had heard that?
Yes.
What-
Yes.
And when you heard from Mr. Zachary that Thug asked the members of YSL responsible for killing Nut, why'd y'all kill Nut?
I'm objecting that is a misrepresentation.
Sustained.
Okay, let me play for you. Do you recall during your interview with Quindarius Zachary when Detective Dennis asked, what was Thug's mood like when you all were in Miami?
Yes.
And do you recall or whether that was immediately following the Donovan Thomas murder?
Yes.
And do you recall whether Mr. Zachary said Thug was calm
He was
or
normal.
normal?
He
Thank you.
was normal.
All right. And do you recall whether Detective Dennis asked, he didn't care, he didn't give a fuck? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did Detective Dennis ask that question?
Yes.
And did Quindarius Zachary follow that up with sort of an explanation?
He did.
Would you tell the jury what that explanation was for why he said Thug was normal?
He stated because he Nut gave the whoop or the green light for members of YSL, so he was just like whatever after that.
And when you say Nut gave the green light, when he talked to you about Nut giving the green light, did he also tell you or state that Thug asked, why did y'all kill Nut?
Yes, he did.
And was that the response Mr. Zachary told you was given to Defendant Williams while they were in Miami?
Yes.
And did Mr. Zachary tell you that Thug seemed then satisfied with why they killed Nut?
I'm objecting best evidence.
Sustained.
Without talking about exactly what was said, do you remember that conversation being discussed with Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
All right. When Detective Thorpe came into the room, did you already know that, or his former, or if whether he had a relationship with Mr. Zachary in any other capacity?
No, I knew that Investigator Thorpe had worked at Crawford Long Middle School for years, but I didn't know that they actually knew each other.
Okay. And during the course of your interview with Mr. Zachary, did you understand Mr. Zachary to correct you at any time during the interview if something was inaccurately stated?
Yes.
Other than changing his account of his whereabouts on April 28, 2015, as it related to the Adele Drive shooting, did Mr. Zachary give you changing accounts of anything else during the course of your interview?
No, he was pretty consistent with the information that he did provide.
What about as it related to the guns that he had and which ones he had and which person had that gun at what time?
Yeah.
Did that remain consistent over the course of the interview, or did you perceive it to have changed significantly at times?
No, it stayed pretty much the same.
And were you all able to sort of keep up with who had which gun?
It was sometimes confusing, and I would write different things down or say different statements that were what I perceived as what he was saying, and he would correct me and say, no, this person had this or this person did that several times throughout the interview.
All right. After you talked to Mr. Zachary on August the 5th of 2015, did you do what you had said to him that you would do and tell someone within the district attorney's office the information that you got?
I did.
Now, did you have anything to do with any charges federally that were brought against Mr. Zachary? Did you take out any federal warrants?
No, I didn't.
The proffer that, are you aware of whether Mr. Zachary sat down in a room with investigators 2 years after he spoke with you and Detective Dennis and Detective Thorpe on August 5th, 2015?
Am I aware of it, or was I there? I'm sorry.
Do you know about a 2017 interview with Mr. Zachary?
I heard about it, but
Were you there?
no.
Okay. And between August 5th, 2015 and 2017, during the time you understood that other interview to have taken place, do you know whether or not Mr. Zachary was housed with anybody that he had talked about during the interview?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay. You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know.
Okay. Were you on scene at the compound the night that Lil Wayne's bus was shot up?
No.
During the interview with Mr. Zachary on August 5th, 2015, do you recall sort of deferring to Detective Dennis at some times?
I did.
Did you all discuss the Lil Wayne bus shooting and Quindarius Zachary's presence at the compound during that interview?
Yes, we did.
Is that one of the times you deferred to Detective Dennis?
It is.
Why did you defer to Detective Dennis?
He was on scene the night of the Lil Wayne bus shooting at Club Compound. And it was just kind of one of those things. He had more of an interest than I did. Again, he was on scene. He had firsthand knowledge of what happened and the persons involved. So I just kind of deferred the case to him for him to handle along with Cobb County PD.
And this is despite, even when you went in to talk about Adele Avenue, you deferred part of it to Detective Dennis for that reason?
Yes, I knew about it, but as far as, intricate details and everyone that was on scene, it was too much for my brain at the minute, so I just gave it to Dennis.
Do you remember how many cars Quindarius Zachary said that he and the group he was with were in the night of the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Yes,
How many?
I believe he said 10.
Before he said that, did you, not speaking about anyone else, but did you have knowledge or information about a number of cars they were in?
Yes,
From who?
I saw the video
Okay.
from the studio.
And when you talk about the video from the studio,
Mhm.
what studio are you talking about?
Vault Studios, located at 675 Metropolitan Avenue.
How did you come to be looking at video from the vault on any particular time?
Investigator Dennis and I went to Vault Studios and retrieved the video surveillance. Well, recorded it and had, I believe, Investigator Teague retrieve the actual video. But we saw a group of vehicles leaving Vault Studios shortly before the Lil Wayne bus shooting.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Me?
I'm going to object best evidence rule if there's a video.
Okay, overruled.
Go ahead.
I saw the video that,
Okay.
that we obtained, and it showed a group of vehicles leaving the studio before the shooting and arriving back to the studio after the shooting.
Okay. Did you, before you talked to Mr. Zachary, did you in any way alert Mr. Zachary by any member of his family or any other way to the approximate number of vehicles that you saw in that video?
No.
Outside of the investigation that was conducted by Detective Dennis in that Lil Wayne bus shooting, did you have independent information that about the details Mr. Zachary gave you during that August 5th interview around this Little Wayne bus shooting?
No.
Do you know whether Detective Dennis had information during his investigation that could corroborate or disprove parts of what was being said?
I'm not sure.
Have you ever had interviews where you're sort of forced to decide or determine whether somebody is trying to put blame here to get blame from somewhere else during your time as an investigator with the gang unit?
Sustained.
Okay. During your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did he give you any indication that his reason for talking to you was to get Shannon in trouble and get Demikian or Woody or Muntu out of trouble?
Objection, Your Honor, bolstering
Speculation.
and speculation.
Uh,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Overruled is to speculation. Overruled is to bolstered.
You may answer that question. Do I need to ask it again? Are you good?
No, I think I understand it. No, it didn't appear that he just wanted to get them in trouble. I took it as he wanted to try to help himself as much as he can by providing truthful information.
Objection, Your Honor, bolstering.
Speculation.
Overruled, well, sustained is to speculation.
Okay.
I also have a motion, Your Honor.
You have a
Motion.
all right. Time for our morning break anyway.
This is never gonna
Sustained is to speculation.
Okay.
I also have a motion, Your Honor.
You have a
Motion.
all right. Time for our morning break anyway.
This is never gonna I took it as he wanted to try to help himself as much as he can by providing full information.
Objection, Your Honor, bolstering.
Speculation.
Overruled, well, sustained is to speculation.
Okay.
I also have a motion, Your Honor.
You have a
Motion.
all right. Time for our morning break anyway.
This is never gonna
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move for a mistrial on behalf of Mr. Stillwell. We have, first of all, I'll point out that we've been referring to Ms. Gaither as, I believe, Sergeant. And I say that to say that she is not someone that just came off the street to testify with no understanding of how the process works. She's experienced. She's, I'm sure, testified many times before. She just informed the jurors that her belief is that Mr. Zachary did not want to harm Mr. Stillwell specifically, but that's not my objection. My objection is she testified his intent was to come in and give truthful, to get himself out of trouble by giving truthful information. That was absolutely improper. That was vouching for a witness. That was bolstering. And that is the basis for a mistrial. From an expert, I'll point out as well.
Your Honor, my response is that the court very well could and should instruct the jury that as to the witness's opinion about a interviewee's, well, first, my response is we vehemently object to a mistrial. Secondly, the court could and should instruct the jury that a witness's opinion about another witness's statements or, testimony or anything that they said is not to be considered by the jury. The jury is the person that determines the credibility of the witnesses. And I can make certain that Sergeant Gaither knows when I'm asking regarding any indication that to not talk about truthfulness, but just to give objectively what indication or whether she considered that there was an indication. Secondly, a mistrial is in no way warranted in this case when Sergeant Gaither did not say Quindarius Zachary was being truthful. She said, I perceived. She said, I perceived. And that is why an instruction would be warranted that her opinion about his truthfulness is not to be considered by the jury. They make the determination about credibility. There is nothing about any of the exchange that just occurred that warrants or in any way justifies a mistrial. At best, an instruction is called for.
I'll also point out, Your Honor, that I initially objected to the question to begin with. Just, and I saw the danger, and the state insisted on asking that question that prompted this response. That was completely inappropriate.
All right, thank you. I'm going to instruct the witness as well. So we'll go ahead and take a break. And when we get back, I'm going to have the witness in and instruct her and then give an instruction to the jury. Going to deny the motion for mistrial.
And Your Honor, I'd like to renew my motion for the next question.
All right, thank you. All right, we're on recess.
Assume we're all joined in that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What length of time, Your Honor? 10 minutes?
I mean, yeah, 10 minutes. And by the way, that witness, Bernie, if he's not here already, he's on his way, the one who needed to testify in Cobb. So just in terms of scheduling, if y'all want to take him next, he's available.
Okay.
And I knew that we wouldn't be done with this Gaither anywhere near 10 a.m.
I won't feel offended. I just feel okay.
Now we're excused for attendance.
Yes. Huh? I'm just trying to draft this. Okay.
Hey, everybody, thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Young Thug trial. Now, I want to take a quick second and I want to tell you about this stream's awesome sponsor, Upside. So what's Upside? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. So when I go to pump my gas, I can use the Upside app and get cash back, real cash back. It's money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. So once you have the Upside app, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card. You follow the steps on the app and you get paid. And as you saw me just do, you can use Upside at places like Shell, Exxon, Mobil, 7-Eleven, Taco Bell. That's just to name a few, by the way. There are so many more. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code LCLive and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code LCLive for an extra 25 cents back on your first gallon of gas.
I know. Growing and I don't know where it's gonna go for 4 more months. I'm hungry and. You know what's gonna go away. I mean, hopefully sooner than later.
Ma'am.
It was not appropriate for you to comment the truthfulness of any of the people you were interviewing. Don't do that again.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
And Your Honor, just for the record, we discussed it as well, and I explained that if I say corroborate or indicate. I'll be loud now. Just for the record, I did speak with Sergeant Gaither as well and explained that when I asked for indicators or corroboration, just to speak objectively of indicators or corroborators and not comment on truthfulness or believability. We had that conversation as well.
Okay.
All right, for the jury.
Yes.
Jury President, come forward, Judge.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to instruct you all that this witness's opinion, and frankly, any witness's opinion of anybody else's veracity, that is whether they're being truthful or not, is entirely irrelevant. It's frankly inappropriate. Strike that from your minds. It is entirely up to you, the jury, to determine the credibility of any and all witnesses.
Thank
All
you.
right. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Gaither, without stating your opinion about anybody's truthfulness, would you please tell the jury whether or not you saw any indicator that during your interview that Quindarius Zachary came in to get one person in trouble and to spare Monktunk, Demikian, and Woody? Any objective indicator?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation bolster.
Sustained.
Did you consider, or did you take from Quindarius Zachary the information that he gave to you about Monktunk, Demikian, Shannon, as incriminating, or did you understand it, or did it sort of get them out of situations that you thought they were responsible for?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
It was incriminating.
As to all three?
Yes.
When you talk to Mr. Zachary and he encouraged you after Detective Thorpe got in the room to talk to Bushi, she knows. Did you know who Bushi was?
Yes.
Did you know her real name, her given name?
At the time, I believe I did.
Did you make any effort to go out and interview Bushi as it related to the Donovan Thomas murder?
No.
And why not?
It seemed relevant for Investigator Thorpe to interview her, seeing that he was the lead detective on the Donovan Thomas murder.
And do you know or have any information about whether anyone after Detective Thorpe may have interviewed this person?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
All right. When you got information from Mr. Zachary about the 1428 Adele Avenue and 1903 Drew Drive shootings. What people did you take out warrants for? Do you recall?
After his interview,
After, okay, before or after? Who did you take out warrants for the Adele Drive shooting?
Quindarius Zachary, Antonio Sledge, and Demikion Garlington.
Did either of those people at any time during this incident, to your knowledge, have dreads? Either of the three you took out warrants for?
No, they didn't.
Given that those aren't the only three people, and you said after the interview, you questioned me just now, you said after the interview. Did you take out these warrants before or after your interview with Quindarius Zachary?
They were before.
Okay. And after the interview with Quindarius Zachary, did you take out any more warrants?
I didn't.
Why, after your interview with Quindarius Zachary, didn't you take out warrants for Ali Caldwell?
Hmm.
Ali Caldwell, for instance. What was going on?
I didn't have any corroborating information to do so. I tried locating a telephone number for him. To my knowledge, there wasn't an eyewitness that can identify him outside of Quindarius saying that he was there. You know, I didn't have anything else to go on to corroborate what Quindarius stated.
Now, when you say that you didn't, is that the way that, explain why that meant something for you as an investigator? For you personally, not any other entity or any other person, just you.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. What about Tay? Did you want more information about Tay's
Objection, Your Honor,
involvement?
leading.
Overruled.
Did you want more information about Tay's involvement before you took out a warrant for Tay?
I did.
Did you want more information about Shannon's involvement before you took out a warrant for Shannon?
I did.
I feel like I missed somebody. But
Traydon.
Traydon, did you want more information about Traydon's involvement?
Yes.
After your investigation of the Adele Drive shooting, did you cease or stop investigating the back and forth between YSL and If Gang or any other group?
Did it cease?
Yes, did you stop? Or did you
No.
continue looking into other incidents?
No, it was definitely more incidents after.
Okay. And were you responsible for, or were you assisting in investigating those incidents as well?
Yes.
Was 2015 in terms of gang activity?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant. Prejudicial on the floor.
Excuse me.
Sustained.
Thank you.
I mean, I don't
Bless
know
you.
exactly what the question's going to be, but
I'll say the question and the court can make the decision based on the actual question. Was the activity you saw in 2015 that you considered part of this retaliatory shooting, was that more or less activity that you saw in either 2014 or 2016?
Objection, Your Honor, same.
overruled.
I'll give.
Lay a foundation.
Were you a gang investigator with APD in 2014?
Yes.
Were you a gang investigator with APD in 2016?
I was promoted in March of 2016.
Were you with the Atlanta Police Department still in 2016?
Yes.
All right. Are you able to tell the jury about your observations of the number of gang incidents or shooting incidents involving gangs in 2014 and 2016 as it related to the Atlanta Police Department?
An exact number?
No, just, are you able to talk about your observations of the amount of gang activity as it related to shootings
Mhm.
in 2014?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to, now that we've heard the question, I'm going to object to relevance.
Ms. Love, maybe ask a different question.
Was the amount of gang activity that you investigated during the 2015 period where you were looking at YSL and If Gang, was that a usual number of gang-related shootings for you as an investigator?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance. It's the same question.
Sustained.
Now, when you were talking to Mr. Zachary and pictures were placed before him during the conversation about the Donovan Thomas murder, when Mr. Zachary indicated that he saw or that Yak was the person he was looking at, do you remember he asked, was it Y-E-K or somebody said Y-E-K?
Yes.
Who was that a picture of?
Mr. Yak, Diamante Kendricks.
Okay. And when he indicated Shannon and said, is it S-H-A-N-O-N, who was he looking at a picture of?
Shannon Jackson.
All right. And when he indicated Nard, who was he looking at a picture of?
Demise McMillan.
And when he indicated Doo-Wop, who was he indicating, or who was he looking at a picture of?
Justin Cobb.
All right. When you spoke about wanting to, when you spoke about the Browns Mill Road shooting and the surveillance from the Citgo that was shown to Mr. Zachary, do you remember him saying something like, I don't know nothing about that incident?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall the reason why you had him identify who he believed with any amount of certainty was the person Nard? Do you recall why you had him to do that?
To get more corroborating information. That case we were still in the process of working it until we tried to get everyone identified and charged accordingly. We knew that he was involved with YSL members, and we.
He was doing
I can, no. Did you have information or were you working on leads as it related to a Nard?
Yes.
The Browns Mill Road shooting?
Yes.
All right. And I think I asked you whether you knew who Nard was at the time that Mr. Zachary signed that piece of paper showing Nard.
Correct.
And am I correct that at the time you hadn't yet identified him, or you had and were still trying to confirm?
I believe I had his name. We were trying to confirm if he was the person in the surveillance video.
Now, when you said something like, did I hear you say Big Nose Nard that had been charged with kidnapping? Did I hear you say something like that during the interview?
I believe Quindarius said that.
Okay. And did you have information that Demise McMullen had been arrested for kidnapping?
Yes.
Did you pull that report, that incident report?
Yes.
And did you also, during your investigation, obtain a phone number for Demise McMullen or Nard?
Yes.
And Was that number 404-217-6?
Reading from the documents, not in evidence.
Your Honor, I'm asking a question.
Sustained.
Do you recall the number that you obtained for Demise McMullen?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Would seeing, first of all, did you keep a file for that case?
The kidnapping case?
Not the kidnapping case, but for the Browns Mill Road shooting case.
I did.
And did you have that file after you left the Atlanta Police Department?
No.
What did you do with that file?
I left it with the Atlanta Police Department in a file cabinet.
In a file cabinet?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe what that file looked like, if you can, to the jury.
It's approximately what, 7, 8 inches thick. It was reddish brown file folder binder. Had clips in it with a bunch of paperwork.
Did you look at with the state any such file before coming here right now?
Did I look at it? Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize that to be the file that you
Yes.
kept? Okay. Which showing you a portion of that file, refresh your memory as to what phone number that you had.
Your Honor, may we approach?
an early lunch. Be back at 1. An early and long lunch.
All right, from Jared.
All right, if y'all want to take a look at that before the witness gets back.
You, Your Honor?
You're just going to put it back in the condition it was in just a minute ago and then permit them to look at it?
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Before we ask Investigator Gaither any questions, I would ask the court to inquire of the state when they received this file and how they received this file, because we're completely in the blind.
Okay.
We went over to the Atlanta Police Department,
When?
obviously before.
Is your mic on?
Just before we served, I think we called it complete case files from Operation Planners incident. This is where we got this one, the other ones that were included in that discovery tranche from the Atlanta Police Department. That's where they came from. The one titled Complete Case Files of 2015 Operation Planners. If the court will allow me, I will ask our legal assistants to give me the date that we served the file called Complete Case Files of Operation Planners.
Okay, and so the contents of that file were served whenever that was?
Yes.
All right, what led you to suddenly ask Detective Gaither if this was her file?
As I was looking through for a particular number, I was trying to find both that photograph where Mr. Zachary had signed 8515 Nard on the Brownsville Road photograph. So I was looking for that. And I was just looking through everything that we had. And in looking through it, because I knew I'd seen it somewhere, I found it in this particular file folder. And looking at it, I initially I'll show the court what I was about to show.
Well, why don't you put it back together? And I know we're asking you to do several things at once. So how about put it back together and then you can finish your answer.
Yeah. Hold this. Yeah, the one that is called Operation Planners Complete Case File. That's where this is.
Yeah. Okay, now you can finish your answer as to why this suddenly seemed like it might be Sergeant Gaither's file.
Just pull up Discovery. And I'm pulling up as well the discovery that has been served.
Let somebody else do that.
Okay, someone else is pulling up. So anyway, Your Honor, as I said, I was in trying to, when we were getting ready for Mr. Zachary, actually, I think it may have been another witness, Mr. Murphy, but I remembered seeing somebody's handwriting on a picture of someone at the Browns Mill Road gas station, the Citgo. So as I was looking for that, I started looking for, I said, I remember somebody's signature being on it. I don't remember if I thought it was Mr. Zachary or whomever. In either event, I found this particular, the one that we've entered as, anyway, the one that Mr. Zachary signed. On 8/5/15. I found that and pulled it out and just started looking at it. I didn't know whose file it was. And in fact, I sent a text message to Detective Dennis on a particular date asking him, whose writing is this, on Thursday of last week. And it was a portion of this file that contained a report about Demise McMullen and a kidnapping. And it had Demise Nard McMullins. So I asked Dennis, whose writing is this? And let's see. I don't see where he wrote me back, but while I was in the back just now, I asked Sergeant Gaither, whose writing is this? And she said, I think I asked her in the, like, whose writing is this? And I don't remember whether she said it was hers or Dennis's, but I asked her if this looks like her file. And she said, that looks like my file, what's in it? And I said, here. And I showed her what was in it, the stuff that they were looking at, that I was looking at. And she said, it looks like my file. And so I came out here and that's what I asked her. I asked her, did she see that? Did I show her Did she see it? Does it look like her file? And she's answered the way that the court is aware. And we're looking at the discovery that we served, and Mr. Atkins is telling me that we served that in 2022. So I was, well, wait, we're confirming. I'll take that back. We're confirming when it was served. But I know that we provided this information because after I saw that, I went and looked up.
When were the discussions about whether Sergeant Gaither's file existed or was destroyed in the hack or whatever? When did those occur? Before or after that discovery was served?
I think after, but yeah, but I don't think, I know for a fact that this, whatever was discussed, like when I looked through that file, I don't see in that file either anything that was like
Actually
the copy.
indicates that it's, I mean, I didn't either in my quick cursory review of it. In fact, there are some reports from other investigators and I don't see any handwritten notes or anything like that. But so, I mean, I guess, did you recall at this time that what everybody previously thought was that or Sergeant Gaither's file no longer existed?
Did she recall or did I recall?
Did you recall when you went and asked her, hey, is this your file?
No,
You didn't remember that? Did you remember that? I mean, when she was like, yeah, that might be my file, were you like, huh, so it actually exists after all? Or were you like, not even remembering that it didn't exist?
No, I remembered when they were asking her questions about interviews or certain parts, certain things within that she said were within her file. And I didn't see, that's not in what I have. I've never seen that. So I cannot say, no, I didn't say, oh, this now exists, because nothing that she said didn't exist existed.
Is in there still?
Correct. I
Why
didn't see
don't
anything.
Y'all, if you want to take a look at it, and if I'll let you ask Sergeant Gaither whatever you want to about it, or if there's still things missing from it. I'm sure that, this is obviously a hard copy paper file, and I imagine in this day and age, people don't download everything from the computer, and maybe she had an electronic file also, and that's what she meant, but y'all can find out.
Can I just clarify the record a little bit?
Yeah.
And I would very much like to look at that file. Last time, and I believe it was last time, I can't recall how many times Investigator Gaither has testified, but I'm going to say last time. She took the stand. There were specific things that she said she did, and they were not in the reports given to us. I'm aware that the state gave us electronic copies of certain documents
Right.
in 2022. No one's disputing that. She claimed that, well, I did do that and I did document it. I wrote reports.
Right.
And I said, well, where are the reports? Because we had discovery and it didn't have any of these reports pertaining to the work she claimed she did. And so then we talked to Judge Glanville about it, and Judge Glanville kind of summarily attributed it to the hack, which I didn't necessarily agree with, but he also told the state, you need to go to APD and make due diligence, your best to find this file. Everyone was looking for this file. And then apparently the state obtained this file and never reported back to the court or to defense counsel, hey, this file that everyone was looking for, last time Investigator Gaither testified, we found it. This is what's in it. Here you go. Because my understanding, I haven't looked at it, but other people on the team have, the new discovery that was served does not contain that amount of information from the file. That I'm looking at how thick that file is. There's like one police report in the new tranche of information that they're claiming they served after the file, but at no point did anyone from the state tell anyone on the defense, to my knowledge, at least to me, hey, remember that file that you guys were asking about and Judge Glanville instructed us to go find? We actually went and we found this file. And I just don't know how that that happens, that we're learning that this missing file has apparently been discovered. I guess we're going to review it to see. I don't know how we learn about that in the middle of direct testimony. That's just tough for me to reconcile with everyone being above board.
Your Honor, I'm reviewing the discovery actually that was served, discovery 1 of 3. When was this? When was this served?
Anybody from the defense that wants to go ahead and take this file and look at it, you're welcome to.
And just for the record,
Sir,
I've been informed April 29th was when Sergeant Lieutenant Gaither testified previously.
April 29th of this year. Okay. All
8
right. Go ahead.
8/2/22 is the date that those items were served in discovery. Is it 2?
And by those items, you mean
What's in that?
the contents of this brown paper file that's about 1.5 inches thick. Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's what I'm looking at now, and I'm looking through.
Okay.
This is what has been
And
pulled
so
up.
it's,
So,
I mean, y'all can,
and so I cannot speak to, I can't speak to anything regarding the stuff that was asked about that didn't exist because, one, I don't see it, I don't have it, and
all right, why don't both sides either confirm if you can or otherwise, whether the contents of that file, whether labeled at the time as belonging to Sergeant Gaither or not, were served back in 2022.
it appears that
Can I ask again for the date of service of that?
it looks like we served one, the date that I just gave, we served August, what was the other one? The first one, August
She said 8/2/22.
and 7/11/22 as well. That's what I'm looking at.
And can I ask one more question? Do you know where in the consolidated discovery
Mm-mm.
of the hard drive?
At 3236, there's those 3 PDFs. It's a discovery. It's like 600 pages of PDFs. You can buy them all. My spidey sense, I haven't physically looked through that today. I'm pretty positive those 3 PDFs are those documents because that's not a new file. That's like the same file that created that discovery back in July. Where again in the consolidated? Act 30-36.
30-36.
Correct. And it should say discovery 1 through 2. And discovery 1 is July 11, 2022. That's what I think that is.
So it may be that the only thing that's new is that it now maybe realized that this is actually whatever part of Detective Gaither's file still exists.
It's new to us.
I mean, it's my understanding from what Ms. Love has said that it's new to her as well as of today.
No, that we had the red files, we scanned red files.
That it
Oh,
might be
yes,
Detective Gaither's.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yes,
yes.
that I didn't know.
I know. Okay. And I mean, I'm just going to offer again with the Miss Love, maybe when you talked to her outside and she said whatever she said to indicate, yeah, that might be my file, that you come in and you say to your opposing counsel, hey, you know what? The file of Detective Gaither's that we thought was entirely gone. Well, you know what? Apparently a part of it is this portion that we sent you 2 years ago. You know, I mean, it just
I
would
do
make
understand,
things
but
easier.
I just want to make clear that this is not something that we tried to conceal from anybody, given we served
I
this.
understand, obviously, if they confirm that they already have the contents, that's not necessarily up for debate. It's just that the knowledge that it's Sergeant Gaither's is new. And when you learn it, it'd be nice to share it with the other people.
And yes, Your Honor, I understand what the court is saying, but I do also remember when when questions were put upon this witness about the items that she had in her file, no one brought to her the discovery that they already had and said, is this what was in your file? Where is it?
Apparently,
Because
nobody knew where this came from.
they knew that this was Detective Gaither's, that this was Sergeant Gaither's investigation. So I don't.
The stuff we were questioning her about was not in the discovery. She was claiming she did
Is
work
it-
that was not provided.
And okay, and it may still not exist. And we all know, I can't remember the dates of the hack, but we all know because we practice in Fulton County that there was some gigantic, what we call hack of the whole city, and APD legitimately lost a whole lot of files that were never able to be recovered. So, I mean, that's just a fact.
But we have a paper file, Your Honor.
I see that.
And the hack does not affect paper files.
I understand that.
And Investigator Gaither specifically testified that she wrote reports for certain things. They were in her file that has now been lost.
Okay,
Now,
and
so
you
if-
can ask her when she said that, what did she mean? Because like I just said, I mean, all of us in this day and age have things we print out and things we just keep on an electronic file that only exists in wherever it exists, in the cloud, and we never print it.
And Your Honor, I have also talked to Sergeant Gaither about not what she told them, but in previous, looking at previous information, having reviewed information that I know for a fact she kept on a terabyte drive, I asked, where is that? And she has told me in the past that the terabyte drive where she had all of her information about all of her cases was connected to her desktop computer at the time that the hack occurred. So I don't have access to it. She didn't have access to it. I know that just from talking about other cases.
Okay.
So I didn't ask her specifically about this one, whether this was on that terabyte drive, because those weren't the questions that I put on her. Those were questions posed to her by counsel for each of the defendants. Like, where is this? And
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
also when it's time for your honorable court to rule, just so we don't waste time with the jury, the question is, let me show you something from your file. And I'm going to object because even though it's potentially, sounds like in Sergeant Gaither's file, retired Sergeant Gaither's file, it is hearsay. It sounds like, I have not looked at, there were a lot of people looking at the files, but it sounds like it's somebody else's information that somehow got into someone else's report on a phone number of Mr. McMullen. So based upon that, that's going to be my objection. That's how this whole question began. So I just want to give you a heads up.
Okay, and honestly, it was a question about a phone number, but what was the question going to be?
it was going to be after she talked to Quindaria Zachary, did she attempt to locate, or did she have the kidnapping file?
Right.
Was she able to locate a phone number for Demise McMullen?
Okay.
And I still don't know whose handwriting that is on the phone number information, but it was just going to be what was the phone number.
Okay, well, could you locate what is fine? What it was would be, I don't know why we have that echo all of a sudden. Would,
We're good. I think we had one of them. And so initially what I was asking, because the number, it has already come out, that is the number. I think on cross-examination, Mr. Steele asked Mr. Sprinkle, did he find communication between Demise McMullen and Kenneth Copeland is the best I remember? I don't remember, but he specifically asked, did you see calls between Demise McMullen and somebody else? And I came back and said, what number is it that you have for Demise McMullen? Mr. Sprinkle gave 404, that number.
That he thought was it, but he wasn't certain. Yeah.
No, he actually said this is the number. He
Oh,
didn't.
okay.
Yes. And so all that I was doing with Sergeant Gaither is asking her, was that, and I started to ask the
Well,
number
you
because
can-
it was
you can
already in.
Ask her if she found the number, but,
That's literally what,
but what the number was is subject to a valid hearsay objection. So you can't ask what the number was.
okay.
How much longer do you expect to have with?
That was literally the last question.
Okay.
I did not know I wasn't up, guys. Sorry. Hi.
We can talk about it during the non-jury days we're gonna have, but we've got to streamline this case some more. This is, you're just gonna have to figure out a faster way to get to what it is that you want from each witness. I mean, in federal court, you know, they might just say, you got an hour with this witness. And
Do they limit
We
both
will-
sides to cross and
talk
state?
about, we'll talk about the witness list next week.
And Your Honor, yes, I
This is-
understand.
Oh, yeah, we'll be done by 10 with this witness, and we haven't even gotten across yet. After having her all day yesterday.
She was here Monday, Judge.
Whenever it was.
Monday was 2 days ago. She waited all day and did not testify.
Well, that's not the issue. The issue is how long
Y'all didn't
she's on
tell
the
me y'all
stand
couldn't
testifying, and how
see.
long every witness
my
is on the stand
God.
testifying. And how many witnesses there are in this case. It's just a lot.
Your Honor, are both sides restricted to an amount of time?
Well, I mean, I would imagine that it's not like they let one side go on forever, but the other side only gets 10 minutes.
And given that the state does have the burden of proof, Your Honor.
I understand that, which is why I haven't done it yet. But y'all need to self-regulate.
I provided the court with those cases, Your Honor.
I was working, but I wanted y'all to see me working. I want y'all, I'm gonna be a
So
co-conspirator.
do the attorneys
sure.
want to let your clients go have lunch while y'all examine this? Or do you think y'all will be done in a few minutes and you want to question Gaither, or what's our best use of time?
I think we'll be done.
Oh,
Okay.
Your Honor, also, I'm being told I have not reviewed the transcript or anything, but I think that Sergeant Gaither may have said that she left APD and didn't have any of her files with her. I don't know
Okay.
with respect to that testimony if what was represented is what she said.
That may be, that
Hey, Miss
seems to happen
J,
a
I
lot,
miss you,
that
girl.
detectives leave and they don't have access. And then for some
Oh,
reason,
won't let it go.
the DA's office, who would have access, doesn't seem to be able to get it. But that's just my observation from other cases.
Until they're doing direct testimony.
When we can, we do. but when
I've been
we don't have it, we
overruled by
don't.
my colleagues, and we're asking for a little bit of time to review this, and we're asking for our clients to be allowed to.
All right,
to
well, I
eat.
don't know if their lunch has quite arrived yet, but it should arrive soon if it hasn't yet. So do we want to reconvene at like 12:20, which would give you all a half an hour, or 12:30, which would give you 40 minutes? Because if we're going to. Not here yet. Okay.
12:20 will be.
Okay. Well, that might not be enough time if it hasn't arrived yet, but
Oh, you were going to have, okay. I misunderstood. They were going to eat while we were out.
I mean,
Well,
ideally,
12:45.
well, no, there is no way that this group of lawyers can get anything done in 15 minutes. So no, if we're going to examine Detective Gaither before the jury comes back at 1, we need to be back before 12:45 because we're not doing this part in front of the jury. So 12:30.
And the defendants can use the restroom before they eat and get that out of the way. All right, see y'all back at 1.
Okay, guys. So for those of you who joined me later, just want to let you guys know I have been in court all day yesterday. I had 5 hearings, all of them in Fulton County. Monday too. So I'm sorry. I actually been working. You know, if I don't work, you guys get on here and say Kayla don't have no clients. But anyway, long story short, I am Monday I had court too, and tomorrow and Friday I have court. So I won't be with you guys, but we are still doing WTF Wednesday today. Also, I'm going to Australia on Friday, guys. So don't beat me up if you don't see me next week, but I'll be around. Long story short, that's my long story short. So I love y'all so much. But if anything interesting happens, I'll hop on there. So other thing that I want to talk about was on Monday. Oh my God, I can't believe I wasn't watching with you guys when she went off on Love. But we will watch it tonight at 7. But I'm here working, guys. I am ready for my vacation. I haven't had a vacation since August, but nothing's happening. I went in the courtroom yesterday for, like 20 minutes. Boring. Boring. I don't know what we're supposed to do with any of this information that we are getting. I will be uploading pictures in Australia, guys. I might do 2 places. I don't know yet. I'm just taking a week to travel. I haven't traveled. I'm going by myself. I'm just regrouping. So I'm sitting here grinding, guys, because I want to make sure when I leave that my calendar is in order, my clients are together, everybody's in place. Everybody knows where I'm at as far as judges, and everything is smooth so that I can have a real vacation and not be on 100 devices on Zoom court. Now I'm still gonna check in with y'all because this isn't work. This is fun. But the time difference may be a little, and I'll be on the airplane. But most of my travel is on the weekend there. So it'll just be a matter of coming back. But anyways, I am so excited. I am so excited. I need a break. Y'all, what else can we watch? Can we watch something other than this? What do y'all want to see? What do y'all want to watch? I have to do a recap video on Dolph. I just completely missed that. It's just I missed everybody. But I've been making moves, y'all. I think that y'all think we are going to get I think that something's gonna happen. I don't know if it's a mistrial or what, but I think this is gonna end. I think it's gonna end very soon. Very, very soon. Yes, this is how I feel. It's like it's hard to keep up at this point. Imagine how I guess the jurors feel. I don't know. I think if I was a juror, I'd be asleep, guys. I'm not too sure. And I'm sitting outside. I'm working, y'all. Who wants to see my office for the day? Let me see. Green hearts if you want to see today's office. And we'll get into it. I didn't know my camera wasn't on. I don't know why y'all didn't tell me my camera wasn't on. Y'all don't want to see? Y'all are so. Oh. My favorite part of okay, Noah, when we say boring, it's boring. And that means it's boring to us, it's boring to them, it's boring to the jurors because it's 403, repetitive, cumulative. So it's okay to say that it's boring. A lot of stuff in the trial world is boring. Okay, guys, you ready? Outside. This is the office for today. So I'm being very productive. Right. This is, I mean, we know it's not entertainment. God, please. Hi, Lisa. How are you guys doing? Okay, guys. So make my screen. Oh, you want to see? Okay, let me make the screen. Let me just, I'll do it again. Out here. In today's office, working in the sun. Really working, guys. Look, I got my, okay, I'm gonna show you guys what I have been doing. So my notebook. I got like 5 notebooks. But I was going through my calendar. These are my court dates. So just sitting here getting together. Well, don't kill me, guys. I can put something on for y'all to watch on lunch, but I gotta keep working. I can't talk to y'all. So what do y'all want to see? I'm going by myself. What do y'all want to see? My favorite part of today was definitely when Gaither said this is never gonna end. I'll play that for you guys one more time. And I gotta go until we come back. Please don't kill me.
Here's a primary.
His intent was to come in and give to get himself out of trouble by giving truthful information that was absolutely improper, that was vouching for a witness, that was bolstering, and that is the basis for a mistrial. From an expert, I'll point out as well.
Your Honor, my response is that the court very well could and should instruct the jury that as to the witness's opinion about a interviewee's, well, first my response is we vehemently object to a mistrial. Secondly, the court could and should instruct the jury that a witness's opinion about another witness's statements or, testimony or anything that they said is not to be considered by the jury. The jury is the person that determines the credibility of the witnesses. And I can make certain that Sergeant Gaither knows when I'm asking regarding any indication that to not talk about truthfulness, but just to give objectively what indication or whether she considered that there was an indication. Secondly, a mistrial is in no way warranted in this case when Sergeant Gaither did not say Quindaria Zachary was being truthful. She said, I perceived. She said, I perceived. And that is why an instruction would be warranted that her opinion about his truthfulness is not to be considered by the jury. They make the determination about credibility. There is nothing about any of the exchange that just occurred that warrants or in any way justifies a mistrial. At best, an instruction is called for.
That I initially objected to the question to begin with. Just, and I saw the danger, and the state insisted on asking that question that prompted this response. That was completely inappropriate.
All right, thank you. I'm going to instruct the witness as well. So we'll go ahead and take a break. And when we get back, I'm going to have the witness in and instruct her and then give an instruction to the jury. Going to deny the motion for mistrial.
Oh, this ain't the right part. Dang. So many breaks, I can't remember.
Case, so he was the lead on that.
Let me ask you this. Did Kenneth Copeland tell you that
Did I miss it, y'all?
Trevante Turner.
Mr. Zachary?
Okay. Spoke with me.
And is that person related? Did anyone by the name?
I'm gonna find it. I think this the part, y'all. Hold on. I'm going to Sydney. Hey. I don't know. It's froze. Hold on.
No.
To Mr. Williams.
I believe it's his.
Your Honor, out of caution, I'd like to approach before I ask the next question.
All right.
And Your Honor,
You can stay.
How come I can't find it, y'all? I thought it was right here. I'm gonna find it, y'all. Hold on. That was good. Yes. Where did it go? Where did it go? Y'all know. Is it right here? I know as soon as I move it, it's gonna happen.
Sergeant Gaither. Do you recall during the time that you and Detective Dennis spoke with Quindaria Zachary, talking to him about the day Lucci's mother's house was shot? Or one of the shootings at Lucci's mother's house?
Yes.
Before you,
Located at Cleveland Avenue and Old Hateville Road. I believe it's
How-
151 Cleveland.
151
I
Cleveland?
believe that's the address.
How do you recognize that gas station?
I've been there numerous times.
Numerous times?
Yes.
And what is the date of the, that they saw someone with dreads?
I still miss it, y'all. I gotta find it.
Do you know when the state?
I'm gonna pull it up on this one.
First of all, I'll point out that we've been referring to Ms. Gaither as, I believe, Sergeant. And I say that to say that she is not someone that just came off the street to testify.
Y'all know I had to find it. It's crazy.
Motion.
All right. Time for our morning break anyway.
Y'all know I'm so silly. Somebody say this is never gonna end. Y'all. Hi everyone. Somebody say this is never gonna end. We can rewatch until we go back. We will rewatch her fumble over the explanation.
Your Honor?
You're just going to put it back in the condition it was in just a minute ago and then permit them to look at it.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Before we ask Investigator Gaither any questions, I would ask the court to inquire of the state when they received this file and how they received this file, because we're completely in the blind.
Okay.
We went over to the Atlanta Police Department,
When?
obviously before.
Is your mic on?
Just before we served, I think we called it complete case files from Operation Planners incident. This is where we got this one, the other ones that were included in that discovery tranche from the Atlanta Police Department. That's where they came from. The one titled Complete Case Files of 2015 Operation Planners. If the court will allow me, I will ask our legal assistants to give me the date that we served the file called Complete Case Files of Operation Planners.
Okay, and so the contents of that file were served whenever that was?
Yes.
All right, what led you to suddenly ask Detective Gaither if this was her file?
As I was looking through for a particular number, I was trying to find both that photograph where Mr. Zachary had signed A515 NARD on the Browns Mill Road photograph. So I was looking for that. And I was just looking through everything that we had. And in looking through it, because I knew I'd seen it somewhere, I found it in this particular file folder. And looking at it, I initially I'll show the court what I was about to show.
Well, why don't you put it back together? And I know we're asking you to do several things at once. So how about put it back together and then you can finish your answer.
Yeah. Hold this. Yeah, it is. The one that is called Operation Planners Complete Case File. That's where this is.
Yeah. Okay, now you can finish your answer as to why this suddenly seemed like it might be Sergeant Gaither's file.
Just pull up discovery. And I'm pulling up as well the discovery that has been served.
Let somebody else do that.
Okay, someone else is pulling up. So anyway, Your Honor, as I said, I was in trying to, when we were getting ready for Mr. Zachary, actually, I think it may have been another witness, Mr. Murphy, but I remembered seeing somebody's handwriting on a picture of someone at the Browns Mill Road gas station, the Citgo. So as I was looking for that, I started looking for, I said, I remember somebody's signature being on it. I don't remember if I thought it was Mr. Zachary or whomever. In either event, I found this particular, the one that we've entered as, anyway, the one that Mr. Zachary signed. On 8/5/15. I found that and pulled it out and just started looking at it. I didn't know whose file it was. And in fact, I sent a text message to Detective Dennis on a particular date asking him, whose writing is this, on Thursday of last week. And it was a portion of this file that contained a report about Demise McMullen and a kidnapping. And it had Demise Nard McMullins. So I asked Dennis, whose writing is this? And let's see, I don't see where he wrote me back, but while I was in the back just now, I asked Sergeant Gaither, whose writing is this? And she said, I think I asked her in the, like, whose writing is this? And I don't remember whether she said it was hers or Dennis's, but I asked her if this looks like her file. And she said, that looks like my file, what's in it? And I said, here. And I showed her what was in it, the stuff that they were looking at, that I was looking at. And she said, it looks like my file. And so I came out here and that's what I asked her. I asked her, did she see that? Did I show her? Did she see it? Does it look like her file? And she's answered the way that the court is aware. And we're looking at the discovery that we served, and Mr. Atkins is telling me that we served that in 2022. So I was, well, wait, we're confirming. I'll take that back. We're confirming when it was served. But I know that we provided this information because after I saw that, I went and looked up.
When were the discussions about whether Sergeant Gaither's file existed or was destroyed in the hack or whatever? When did those occur? Before or after that discovery was served?
I think after, but yeah, but I don't think, I know for a fact that this, whatever was discussed, like when I looked through that file, I don't see in that file either anything that was like
Actually
the copy.
indicates that it's, I mean, I didn't either in my quick cursory review of it. In fact, there are some reports from other investigators and I don't see any handwritten notes or anything like that. But so, I mean, I guess, did you recall at this time that what everybody previously thought was that Sergeant Gaither's file no longer existed?
Did she recall or did I recall?
Did you recall when you went and asked her, hey, is this your file?
No,
You didn't remember that? Did you remember that? I mean, when she was like, yeah, that might be my file, were you like, huh, so it actually exists after all? Or were you like, not even remembering that it didn't exist?
No, I remembered when they were asking her questions about interviews or certain parts, certain things within that she said were within her file. And I didn't see, that's not in what I have. I've never seen that. So I cannot say, no, I didn't say, oh, this now exists, because nothing that she said didn't exist
Is
existed.
in there still.
Correct. I
Why
didn't see
don't
anything. And
Y'all, if you want to take a look at it, and if let you ask Sergeant Gaither whatever you want to about it, or if there's still things missing from it. I'm sure that, this is obviously a hard copy paper file, and I imagine in this day and age, people don't download everything from the computer, and maybe she had an electronic file also, and that's what she meant, but y'all can find out.
Can I just clarify the record a little bit?
Yeah.
And I would very much like to look at that file. Last time, and I believe it was last time, I can't recall how many times Investigator Gaither has testified, but I'm going to say last time. She took the stand. There were specific things that she said she did, and they were not in the reports given to us. I'm aware that the state gave us electronic copies of certain documents in
Right.
2022. No one's disputing that. She claimed that, well, I did do that and I did document it. I wrote reports.
Right.
And I said, well, where are the reports? Because we had discovery and it didn't have any of these reports pertaining to the work she claimed she did. And so then we talked to Judge Glanville about it, and Judge Glanville kind of summarily attributed it to the hack, which I didn't necessarily agree with, but he also told the state, you need to go to APD and make due diligence, your best to find this file. Everyone was looking for this file. And then apparently the state obtained this file and never reported back to the court or to defense counsel, hey, this file that everyone was looking for, last time Investigator Gaither testified, we found it. This is what's in it. Here you go. Because my understanding, I haven't looked at it, but other people on the team have, the new discovery that was served does not contain that amount of information from the file. That I'm looking at how thick that file is. There's like one police report in the new tranche of information that they're claiming they served after the file, but at no point did anyone from the state tell anyone on the defense, to my knowledge, at least to me, hey, remember that file that you guys were asking about and Judge Glanville instructed us to go find? We actually went and we found this file. And I just don't know how that happens, that we're learning that this missing file has apparently been discovered. I guess we're going to review it to see. I don't know how we learn about that in the middle of direct testimony. That's just tough for me to reconcile with everyone being above board.
Your Honor, I'm reviewing the discovery actually that was served, discovery 1 of 3. What was this? What was this?
Got anybody from the defense that wants to go ahead and take this file and look at it, you're welcome to.
And just for the record,
Sir,
I've been informed April 29th was when Gaither, Sergeant Lieutenant Gaither testified previously.
April 29th of this year. Okay.
8,
All right. Go ahead.
8/2/22 is the date that those items were served in discovery. Is it 2?
And by those items, you mean
What's in that?
the contents of this brown paper file that's about 1.5 inches thick. Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's what I'm looking at now, and I'm looking through.
Okay.
This is what has been
And
pulled
so
up.
it's,
So,
I mean, y'all can,
and so I cannot speak to, I can't speak to anything regarding the stuff that was asked about that didn't exist because, one, I don't see it, I don't have it, and
all right, why don't both sides either
confirm if you can, or otherwise, whether the contents of that file, whether labeled at the time as belonging to Sergeant Gaither or not, were served back in 2022.
It appears that,
Can I ask again for the date of service of that?
it looks like we served one, the date that I just gave, we served August, what was the other one? The first one, August,
She said 8/2/22.
and 7/11/22 as well. That's what I'm looking at.
And can I ask one more question? Do you know where in the consolidated discovery with the hard drive?
At 3236, there's those 3 PDFs that say discovery. It's like 600 pages of PDFs. You can buy them all. My spidey sense, I haven't physically looked through that today. I'm pretty positive those 3 PDFs are those documents, because that's not a new file. That's like the same file that created that discovery back in July. Where again is it consolidated? Act 30-36? 30-36. Correct. And it should say discovery 1 through 2. And discovery 1 is July 11, 2022. That's what I think that is.
So it may be that the only thing that's new is that it now maybe realized that this is actually whatever part of Detective Gaither's file still exists.
It's new to us.
I mean, it's my understanding from what Ms. Love has said that it's new to her as well as of today.
No, that we had the red files, we scanned red
That
files.
that it
Oh,
might be
yes,
Detective Gaither's.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yes,
yes.
that I didn't know.
I know. Okay. And I mean, I'm just going to offer again with the Miss Lev, maybe when you talked to her outside and she said whatever she said to indicate, yeah, that might be my file, that you come in and you say to your opposing counsel, hey, you know what? The file of Detective Gaither's that we thought was entirely gone. Well, you know what? Apparently a part of it is this portion that we sent you 2 years ago. You know, I mean, it just
I
would
do
make
understand,
things
but
easier.
I just want to make clear that this is not something that was, we tried to conceal from anybody, given we served
I
this.
understand, obviously, if they confirm that they already have the contents, that's not necessarily up for debate. It's just that the knowledge that it's Sergeant Gaither's is new. And when you learn it, it'd be nice to share it with the other people.
And yes, Your Honor, I understand what the court is saying, but I do also remember when when questions were put upon this witness about the items that she had in her file, no one brought to her the discovery that they already had and said, is this what was in your file?
Apparently nobody knew where this came from.
They knew that this was Detective Gaither's, that this was Sergeant Gaither's investigation. So I don't.
The stuff we were questioning her about was not in the discovery. She was claiming she did.
Is it?
That was not provided.
And okay, and it may still not exist. And we all know, I can't remember the dates of the hack, but we all know because we practice in Fulton County that there was some gigantic, what we call hack of the whole city, and APD legitimately lost a whole lot of files that were never able to be recovered. So, I mean, that's just a fact.
But we have a paper file, Your Honor.
I see that.
And the hack does not affect paper files.
I understand that.
And Investigator Gaither specifically testified that she wrote reports for certain things. They were in her file that has now been lost.
Okay,
Now,
and
so
you
if-
can ask her when she said that, what did she mean? Because like I just said, I mean, all of us in this day and age have things we print out and things we just keep on an electronic file that only exists in wherever it exists, in the cloud, and we never print it.
And Your Honor, I have also talked to Sergeant Gaither about not what she told them, but in previous, looking at previous information, having reviewed information that I know for a fact she kept on a terabyte drive, I asked, where is that? And she has told me in the past that the terabyte drive where she had all of her information about all of her cases was connected to her desktop computer at the time that the hack occurred. So I don't have access to it. She didn't have access to it. I know that just from talking about other cases.
Okay.
So I didn't ask her specifically about this one, whether this was on that terabyte drive, because those weren't the questions that I put on her. Those are questions posed to her by counsel for each of the defendants. Like, where is this? And
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
also when it's time for your honorable court to rule, just so we don't waste time with the jury, the question is, let me show you something from your file.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to object because even though it's potentially, sounds like in Sergeant Gaither's file,
Mm-hmm.
retired Sergeant Gaither's file, it is hearsay. It sounds like, I have not looked at, there were a lot of people looking at the files, but it sounds like it's somebody else's information that somehow got into someone else's report on a phone number of Mr. McMullen. So based upon that, that's going to be my objection. That's how this whole question began. So I just want to give you a heads up.
Okay, and honestly, yeah, it was a question about a phone number, but what was the question going to be?
it was going to be after she talked to Quindaria Zachary, did she attempt to locate or did she have the kidnapping file?
Right.
Was she able to locate a phone number for Demise McMullen?
Okay.
And I still don't know whose handwriting that is on the phone number information, but it was just going to be what was the phone number.
Okay, well, could you locate one? Is fine. What it was would be, I don't know why we have that echo all of a sudden. Would,
We're good. I think we had one of them. And so initially what I was asking, because the number, it has already come out that is the number. I think on cross-examination, Mr. Steele asked Mr. Sprinkle, did he find communication between Demise McMullen and Kenneth Copeland is the best I remember. I don't remember, but he specifically asked, did you see calls between Demise McMullen and somebody else? And I came back and said, what number is it that you have for Demise McMullen? Mr. Sprinkle gave 404, that number.
that he thought was it, but he wasn't certain. Yeah.
No, he actually said this is the number. He didn't.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And so all that I was doing with Sergeant Gaither is asking her, was that, and I started to ask the number because it was already
You can
in.
ask her if she found the number, but
That's literally
what the number was is subject to a valid hearsay objection. So you can't ask what the number was.
Okay.
How much longer do you expect to have with?
That was literally the last question.
Okay. We can talk about it during the non-jury days we're going to have, but we've got to streamline this case some more. This is, you're just going to have to figure out a faster way to get to what it is that you want from each witness. I mean, in federal court, you know, they might just say, you got an hour with this witness. And
Do they limit both
we will-
sides to cross and
talk
state?
We'll talk about the witness list next week.
And Your Honor, yes, I
This is-
understand.
Oh, yeah, we'll be done by 10 with this witness, and we haven't even gotten across yet. After having her all day yesterday.
She was here Monday, Judge.
Whenever it was.
Monday was 2 days ago. She waited all day and did not testify.
Well,
That's not the issue. The issue is how long she's on the stand testifying and how long every witness is on the stand testifying and how many witnesses there are in this case. It's just a lot.
Your Honor, are both sides restricted to an amount of time?
Well, I mean, I would imagine that it's not like they let one side go on forever, but the other side only gets 10 minutes.
And given that the state does have the burden of proof, Your Honor.
I understand that, which is why I haven't done it yet. But y'all need to self-regulate.
I provided the court with those cases, Your Honor.
So do the attorneys want to let your clients go have lunch while y'all examine this, or do you think y'all would be done in a few minutes and you want to question Gaither, or what's our best use of time?
I think we'll be done.
Oh,
Okay.
Your Honor, also, I'm being told I have not reviewed the transcript or anything, but I think that Sergeant Gaither may have said that she left APD and didn't have any of her files with her. I don't know
Okay.
with respect to that testimony if what was represented is what she said.
That may be, that seems to happen a lot, that detectives leave and they don't have access. And then for some reason, the DA's office, who would have access, doesn't seem to be able to get it. But that's just my observation from other cases.
Until they're doing direct testing.
When we can, we do. but when
I've been
we don't have it, we
overruled by
don't.
my colleagues, and we're asking for a little bit of time to review this, and we're asking for our clients to be allowed to.
All right, well, I don't know if their lunch has quite arrived yet, but it should arrive soon if it hasn't yet. So do we want to reconvene at like 12:20, which would give you all a half an hour, or 12:30, which would give you 40 minutes? Because if we're gonna. It's not here yet. Not here yet, okay.
12:20 will be.
Okay. Well, that might not be enough time if it hasn't arrived yet, but
Oh, you were going to have, okay. I misunderstood. They were going to eat while we were out.
I mean, ideally, well, no, there's no way that this group of lawyers can get anything done in 15 minutes. So no, if we're going to examine Detective Gaither before the jury comes back at 1.
Within the file, about the file, I went out and asked whether Sergeant Gaither kept things in her file that she had labeled copy, or did she keep the originals in her file? She said when she made copies for other people, she put the word copy on the documents, and every document in here has copy written on it. So there's also a handwritten set of notes within this file that she says is neither her writing nor Detective Dennis's writing. And so what I believe that this is a copy of her file, the copy that was served on July 21st, 2022, and not her actual original. Even the document that I was looking at with respect to the name Nard Quindarius Zachary has the word copy written on it. So she said her original file would not have copies. It would just have the original. So this appears to be, and I would ask that anyone who wants the opportunity to ask questions, and even reviewing the video of her and Quindarius Zachary's interview, she has a file folder in front of her that when she opens it up, before she opens it up, it has something white on the front that is not present on this particular file folder. So this looks like a copy of hers. And that's
I don't know what
all.
it looks like, but
Okay. These men are all fighting for their lives. I don't know how we get to a point where we just grab a file and then just throw it in front of a detective, and the detective's like, yeah, looks like my file, in front of a jury. And then over a lunch break, then we determine, well, it's actually not her file. Like, and again, none of us were even told about the file before it was even presented in front of the witness. None of this makes any sense. If it's not her file, then it should have never been presented as her file in court.
Well, if it's a copy of her file, I mean, why don't we just get her in and ask her?
Go get, I agree, Your Honor. And
Ms. Love, if you'll present her with that file, please. Sergeant Gaither, do you have any idea what that document is or set of documents is that Ms. Love just presented to you?
It looks like paperwork from my case with Dexter Montgomery case. Majority of these documents say copy, so I'm assuming it's a copy.
Can you either speak into the mic more or speak up more or both, please?
It appears to be documents from the Dexter Montgomery case file. The majority of these documents have copy on it, so I'm assuming it's a copy of the file.
A copy of the file, and why would a copy of your file have been made? Because it's still in, like, you know, folder form.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, the original, I never give out my original file to like the DA's office when it's requested through the complaint room or a different attorney. So I would make a copy and give that to them as opposed to the actual file, the actual original folder.
Okay, and would you put it in a folder like that brown folder?
Yeah, it would be similar to this. It would have separate things, and my case file would have like a white paper with a typed form on the front with the suspect name, case number, and address.
All right. Do any defense counsel have questions for Sergeant Gaither about this file? Come on up where she can hear you.
I know it's been said in court before, but it's Sergeant, right? Sergeant?
Yes. No, retired, whatever.
Okay. Good afternoon, Sergeant Gaither.
Good afternoon.
Do you typically, when you send files to the DA's office, is your normal practice back when you were working as a police officer, would you make a copy of your file and send it to the DA's office?
If it was requested or portions of it, originally, when we send a case over, we would, whatever we have for the complaint room, copies would be made, but the actual original file would not be given.
And my understanding is that these copies would be made after arrest, after you close the case, correct?
Not necessarily after arrest.
Okay. Is that, I'm looking at a kind of rust brown file. Is that the typical appearance of one of the files that you would have copied or copy and send to the DA's office?
Not all the time, but I do use these file folders like this.
Okay, so there's nothing about that file that indicates that's not something you sent to the DA's office?
That I didn't?
Yes, there's nothing about that file itself. For instance, you're not saying, oh, I've never used that type of folder or anything like that.
Mhm.
That's consistent with something that you would send to the DA's office.
I've used it in the past. I've used manila folders. I've used envelopes.
All right, and I'm going to ask, I think I know the
Mhm.
answer, but you don't specifically remember what the appearance of the copy you made on the Dexter Montgomery case looked like.
Not the actual folder, or no, not the actual folder.
Okay,
no.
but the contents are consistent with copies that you would have made and sent to the DA's office, correct?
Yes, they have copy on it with my initials and the date.
Okay, okay, that's helpful. Thank you for telling me that. Could you show me where your initials are? So that initial right there, and I'm not trying to give you a hard time, I'm just trying to understand, that initial right there, is that in relation to that specific document, or is that the first document in the folder, so it relates to the folder itself?
If you're talking about the actual folder, not the contents, I can't say that I initialed
Okay,
the folder, but the contents, if a copy was made of a particular document,
gotcha.
I wrote copy with my initials and the date.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you.
Any other defense attorneys who have any questions for Sergeant Gaither about this issue?
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Okay,
May I just ask a question?
you may.
Retired Sergeant Gaither, does this file, is this the file that I asked you whether you recognized before you came in to testify the last time? This whole,
Just now, yes.
yes. And you mean when you say just,
Yeah,
When we said the last time, are we talking about earlier today, or are we talking about in April?
earlier today, is this the file that I asked you if you recognize? Did I ask you before you came in here, before 11:30 and testified, whether you recognized this file?
Yes.
Did you, at the time you looked at it, notice or take note of the fact that each of the documents inside from your file had the word copy on it? Did you notice that at that time? Were you?
Yes. Notice my initials just now?
No, not just now.
Oh, no. Prior to, yes.
And when I spoke to you before you came in, before you testified, where there was where the jury was in here, did I ask you specifically about an incident report that is on the back page of the file folder itself regarding Demise McMullen and the kidnapping?
Yes.
Did I ask you did I ask you about if that was a part of your file?
Yes.
Did I ask you at that time about some handwritten notes that are a part of this file
Yes.
that I'm holding in my hand before you came in the last time?
Yes.
Did I? When you're describing yes, what do you mean?
When I was sitting back here in the room?
And when I asked you whose was this, did you know who it was?
No.
Did you tell me whether or not it appeared to be Detective Dennis's writing? And did this appear to you to be Detective Dennis's writing?
No.
Before you started testifying, before when I asked you about it, did you notice did you notice then, before you were testifying in front of the jury, a certified copy of a conviction for Walter Murphy in the file before you got in front of the jury?
No.
On break, while we were at lunch, did I ask you whether you got this certified copy of Walter Murphy's conviction during, or would that have been in your original file?
Yes, you asked me that.
Sorry,
Would-
could you repeat that?
Yes, you asked me that.
What was your answer?
No.
So this certified copy of Walter Murphy's conviction was not in your original file?
No, ma'am.
And this writing on this piece of paper I'm holding up wasn't either?
No.
Okay. But did I ask you about any of the things that had copy on them before you testified in front of the jury? Or was my question about what was in the back?
What was in the back regarding
Okay.
McMullen?
And when you looked at it, did you tell me that it looked like your file?
Yes.
Are the documents that have copy on them copies of things that are in your original file?
Yes.
Have I shown you any file pertaining to the Dexter Montgomery shooting other than the one that I'm holding now?
No.
Have I ever shown you these photographs that have copy on the back of them? Any original of these photographs that did not have copy?
No.
Inside the video for your interview with Quindarius Zachary, are you holding a file folder in your hands?
I believe it's on the table.
It's on the table?
I believe so.
Is that the file for the Dexter Montgomery shooting or something else?
I believe it's for
Oh, I'm sorry.
Adele.
Okay, for Adele?
The one that was on the table?
Yeah.
I
Okay,
believe that was for Adele Avenue.
okay. Thank you.
Anything else? Yes.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Have you looked through what everyone's calling the file, but I'm referring to the brownish colored, it's being held up right now. Have you looked through all those documents by any chance today?
Not thoroughly, no, sir.
All right. If the court lets you, would you just look through it and just tell us if there's anything from your file on this April 12th, I think I got the date right, April 12th, 2015 shooting, the Dexter Montgomery shooting, that is not in what Mr. Atkins is holding right now?
I couldn't tell you every piece of information or document that should be in the original file. That was almost 10 years ago. I couldn't tell you either way.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
When you make copies of your files for the DA's office about cases that the DA's office will be prosecuting, do you omit pertinent police reports from those copied files?
Do I omit pertinent?
Do you leave things out, or do you copy everything?
If it's information that I have from my original file, it will go into the copy.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Hey, Sergeant, good afternoon.
Sir, good afternoon.
I have a couple of questions just to follow up. You testified earlier that you said portions of it I will send over to the district attorney's office. Can you tell the court, as a practice pattern of what you do in terms of getting that information to the DA's office, what are those portions that you would send over to the district attorney's office when you're sending the file over?
Well, initially, I don't know if APD still uses the complaint room or what the process is now, but that's what I followed up with that question. A lot of information would not necessarily be in a complaint room case file that you would initially send over to the DA's office. So that's what I was speaking of. You would have the original police reports there's surveillance stills or video, stuff like that, would be sent over to the complaint room. If whatever district attorney is assigned to the case for preliminary hearings or information like that, if they would like the entire file, then the file will be copied and sent to them. So I was speaking more or less about portions of the file would be sent to the complaint room,
Okay,
if that makes sense to you.
okay. So what are generally the documents that you,
Mhm.
as a matter of your practice,
Yes, sir.
would routinely be held back with your office, with you and your file that would not go to the district attorney's office?
Your Honor, could he clarify when he says would not, does he mean initially or ever?
Well,
I don't know what he means.
okay, well, let's just break that up.
Yes, sir.
The documents that are in your file that you house
Mhm.
in your folder as part of an investigation,
Mhm.
you said portions will go to the district attorney's office. So that suggests to me that there are portions that don't.
Well, to the district attorney's office, I mean the complaint room. So early on in the case charge and you obtain your warrant, it has to go to the complaint room. So a lot of information or documents may not exist yet until, let's say, after you interview a person, and you may obtain more information. So therefore, it will be added to the original file.
Okay, all right. So then it's basically the investigation is continuing to be ongoing from the time that some documents make it to the complaint room and the time that other pieces of your file will eventually go to the district attorney's office at a later date. Am I understanding you?
Correct. The complaint room is part of the district attorney's office, but it's one of the initial, I guess, attorneys that touch the case. So once the case is, I don't know what the process is of assigning a case to a particular district attorney to prosecute in court for preliminary hearings or trial. The initial portions of an original case file will go to the complaint room, which is just the first portion of evidence that you obtain. So the complaint room basically looks over your case and they make the determination if it's prosecutable or you need more things to go forward with the case actually being assigned to an actual attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right.
And we have the date, the email date and the copy of the email where the state served the copy of what was shown to Sergeant Gaither today in the original email.
So I guess just when the jury gets back out, clarify this in her original file, it's a copy of her file. And it's your belief, Sergeant Gaither, that what exists now is the copy that you made to send to the DA's office at whatever time they requested it. Is that fair?
It's fair, but like I said, it appears that they may have added some documents to that.
Once
but
they had it in
yeah.
their possession.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right. Okay, are we ready for the jury?
Your Honor, on the lunch break, Mr. Sharp handed to Mr. Atkins a thumb drive of exhibits
Okay.
that he said he's going to use. At the time that he gave it to us, we could not open it or access it. And I think he did something in the last few moments that allows us to access. I don't know what's on it.
Okay.
Pushed in.
Your Honor, we can use it now. Yeah. It's been rectified, Your Honor. Me and Mr. Sharp worked together and we
Great,
figured it out.
fantastic. I love it when attorneys can work together as professionals. That is wonderful. Okay, so you've had a chance to see what's on it.
No, we're looking.
Your Honor, because it was my fault for not being able to open it earlier, no, I have not been able to listen to all of them, but I have them.
Okay, is
So-
this,
They're all clips from the video that was.
all right, great. And is the video already in?
It is.
Okay, thank you. All right, are we ready for the jury? Yes, okay, let's get the jury. Go away. Or whatever.
before we broke for lunch, I asked you regarding the file that you kept in the Dexter Montgomery shooting, whether or not you looked at a file before you spoke in front of the jury that contained documents. Do you recall talking to the jury about that?
Yes.
And do you recall telling the jury or telling me that it looked like the file that you kept in the Dexter Montgomery case?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to look at portions of the file even more closely while you were on lunch break?
Yes.
And does the portions of the file that you looked at have the words copy on them?
Yes.
And was the file that you saw, did it contain portions of your file, your original file?
I'm going to overrule that. I think we're just trying to get through this to establish what this is. And we all, so.
Based on information we were just given, that's a misrepresentation of what it contains.
Okay, sustained. I don't know, ask another question. Ask it differently.
Is the file you looked at, in fact, your original file or copy of portions of the file?
Issue. It's a copy. It's not a copy of portions.
What?
Overruled. She can say what it is or what it isn't. She can say yes or no. And then she can explain.
From what I looked at, there are documents that were in my original file, and there are documents that were added to that particular file.
Okay.
It is not the original.
It what?
I don't believe that is my original file.
Okay. And in your original file, did you have information regarding a kidnapping involving Demise McMullen?
Yes.
All right. And in that report involving the kidnapping of Demise McMullen, did you have a phone number for Demise McMullen?
Yes.
And did you obtain or did you have someone on your behalf obtain records for that phone number? Cell
Yes.
phone records?
Yes.
Did the information you obtained regarding Demise McMullen after your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did it aid you in the investigation of the Dexter Montgomery shooting? Did those records that you obtained aid you in the investigation of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
That's irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did the information that you got from Quindarius Zachary about Nard, were you able to corroborate that information?
Objection vague.
Sustained.
Were you able to corroborate whether the person listed on State's Exhibit 503 that you got from Quindarius Zachary was in fact Nard or Demise McMullen?
Yes.
Ma'am,
Yes.
thank you. No further questions.
All right, is there cross-examination for this witness?
A few questions.
All right, come on up.
Good afternoon, Detective Gaither, or Sergeant Gaither.
Good afternoon.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to ask you a few questions about your interview with Mr. Zachary. In that interview with Mr. Zachary, when he is asked where he got the information about the murder of Donovan Thomas, at one point, Zachary says, "Yak told me," correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you asked him why, presumably why, why did Yak tell Zachary that information? You recall asking him why?
I do.
But he didn't respond to that. He did not give you a why as to why Yak would tell Mr. Zachary that, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The video is the best evidence of that.
Sustained.
After he didn't tell you why,
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
it's in the video.
Your Honor,
Overruled.
After he didn't tell you why, you didn't follow up at all, did you?
Follow up with what, sir?
You didn't ask him repeatedly why. You did not delve into that further. You let the conversation go a completely
objection,
different
vague
direction,
and
correct?
compound.
Sustained.
After he failed to answer your question, you did not follow up, correct?
Follow
As
up.
to why.
I'm not
Vague,
understanding. What,
objection, vague.
Follow up is a very simple
Overruled.
term. After he failed to answer your question as to why, you did not again ask why, correct?
correct.
Okay. And you also asked a little later in that same interview,
hmm
what exactly did they say? What exactly did Yak say? Do you recall that?
At what portion of the interview?
In what portion?
You stated that
About
later on.
45 minutes into the interview,
Okay.
okay, you say, what exactly did they say? What exactly did Yak? You don't use the word Yak, but you're referring to Shannon and Yak. Do you remember asking what exactly did they say?
I'm not recalling which context or what part of the interview you're speaking of.
Okay. So you don't remember asking what did they say?
I don't know.
I'm just want to ask, you don't remember?
Objection, Your Honor. Number one, that last question is harassing. It was asked and answered. And number two, if Mr. Weinstein has something to, she says she doesn't recall or know what he's talking about. So-
I can move on. It's fine.
Okay.
I'll withdraw the question. Mr. Zachary never told you in that interview exactly what Yak said, correct?
He did.
I'm sorry?
He did.
He did. What did he tell you that Yak said?
From the best of my recollection, he stated that Yak told him about the murder as well.
But you asked, what exactly did he say? Right? That's what you asked him. What did Yak say? For example, correct?
I asked him, what did Yak say? Yes.
Right. And you asked also, what did Shannon say? Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you remember Shannon's, or allegedly Shannon's answer, what Shannon told Zachary? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'll withdraw that. What did Quindarius Zachary say that Shannon told Zachary?
That they caught Nut down bad, and he also stated that Yak told him the people that were involved with the murder, the names. That's in the interview as well. That he stated Yak said.
But you didn't get an exact quote like that. You got nothing like that, correct? You didn't get the word. Let me stop right there. You didn't get an exact quote like that, correct?
Objection vague?
Sustained.
You did not get a quote from Zachary about what Yak allegedly said the same way that you got a quote from Zachary about what Shannon allegedly said, correct?
Objection relevance and objection
Overruled.
and objection vague as to the
Overruled. If you don't understand the question, Sergeant, just say that.
I understand this question. He gave me the names of the people that were involved. He did not elaborate more about exactly what Yak said.
Okay, but could you answer the question that I asked?
What's your question again, sir?
Can I have the court reporter read the question back? Because I doubt I could replicate it the same way.
You did not get a quote from Zachary about what
Yak.
allegedly said, the same way that you got a quote from Zachary about what Shannon allegedly said, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't really ask Zachary a lot of detail as to the specific information that Mr. Kendrick, Yak, allegedly said to Mr. Zachary, correct?
Specifically, he stated
Specifically.
the names that Yak told him that were involved.
When you are asking Zachary about Diamante Kendrick, you didn't, for example, ask Zachary the reasons that Yak may have disclosed that information to Zachary?
objection that would have called for speculation that she would not have been able to, that would not be admissible anyway unless it came from.
You can ask the question, whether she asked the question.
An objection relevance as to whether she would have asked Mr. Zachary to speculate about what is in Mr. Kendrick's mind.
She asked Mr. Zachary lots of questions about reasons and motivations for people doing things.
I believe Mr. Quindarius offered information about your client.
Okay, but can you answer my question?
What's your question again?
Would the court reporter please read the question back?
Asking for Zachary lots of questions about reasons and motivations for people doing things. Or overruled.
You need to question before that.
There, yeah. No, it's my fault. I'm sorry. Thank you for your help. Could you read the question before that part?
There's going to be a lot of back and forth between the two of them before you get to the question.
So you're asking Zachary about Diamante Kendrick. You did, for example, ask Zachary the reasons that they have disclosed that information to Zachary?
Did I ask him the reasons?
Yeah, did you ask him the reasons?
No, I did not.
Okay. So really, you didn't ask Mr. Zachary a lot of questions about the specific information that he allegedly got from Diamante Kendrick.
No, that's not on the video.
Sorry?
No, that's not. On the video, no, I didn't.
I'm sorry.
No, I did not.
Okay. Let me ask you something else. There was a discussion on Direct about the shooting at Club Crucial on January 6th, I believe. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things you testified to is that Diamante Kendrick, Yak, he'd gotten arrested up the street from Club Crucial. You remember that?
I didn't say up the street from Club Crucial. She asked me if I knew that he was arrested that night of January 6th, and I stated after.
Okay.
I found out after.
You found out after.
Yes, sir.
And you know that that arrest had nothing to do with that shooting at Club Crucial.
I don't know. I didn't
Was-
charge him for that.
He wasn't,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Your
So,
Honor, I object to assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
there's been, could I just respond? We've had officers in
Your
here
Honor,
testify.
Move on to the next question.
Okay. Also, earlier today, you testified when we're talking about how you corroborated information, that one of the ways you corroborated the information that Mr. Zachary gave you was because Zachary, Sledge, and Turner all were from Capitol Homes. Do you recall that?
How I corroborated information?
Yes.
I don't believe I answered. Corroboration came from them because they were from Capitol Homes.
That wouldn't make any sense, would it?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and
Overruled.
That wouldn't make any sense, would it?
To who?
To anyone that you corroborate information because they are from Capitol Homes.
Your Honor, objection. Number one, it mischaracterizes the testimony.
Sustained.
Would them coming from Capitol Homes, them being Zachary, Sledge, and Turner, corroborate anything?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
Would that corroborate anything, the fact that they are from Capitol Homes?
Are we talking about something specific involving this case?
This was your
or just-
testimony, I'm sorry. This was your testimony from this morning. I'm just trying to ask you a question. Would Zachary, Sledge, and Turner coming from Capitol Homes corroborate anything?
Objection. Mischaracterizes her testimony.
Sustained.
All right, I've got no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, come on up. Miss McCrary, this is giving me that cash is full thing.
Right here. Make sure none of my stuff is in there.
Yeah, certainly when you text me.
And
Utilize that. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Former Sergeant Gaither, retired Sergeant Gaither. I think you know this, but my name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell.
Yes, sir.
I want to first talk about this file. May I approach the witness with the
You
file?
may.
Can I just refer to you as Sergeant Gaither? I know you're
Sure.
retired, but okay.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Sergeant Gaither, as I understand it, you were the lead investigator on the Dexter Montgomery shooting case, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now.
The secondary investigator. I'm sorry.
That shooting was from April 12th, 2015.
The secondary investigator. Yes. It was originally assigned to someone, and then my unit took over the case.
You eventually took over?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as part of your duties as the lead investigator, once you took over, you maintained a case file, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that case file was an original file that would have the work you did, the police reports generated, and all the information regarding the work that you did on the case, correct?
Your Honor, these questions were asked and answered several months ago, the
They
first
were.
time that Sergeant
Okay,
Gaither
well
was on.
then,
And now
they were, let's not go over it
Well,
again.
we now have the case, copy of the case
Well,
file.
no, we don't.
Okay, we have a copy. So
Your Honor, I object to the testimony. The jury has heard what the witnesses said, and I object to Mr. Sharp attempting to put information before the jury that she's not said. And
Okay, just ask her a question about
So,
it then, but
as-
don't recover stuff that's already been established.
as I understand, that original case file was left in a cabinet in APD.
objection, that was asked and answered months
He's
ago.
overruled, he's just recalling her to whatever it was she said before, but move on and get
I
to
will.
whatever you want to ask now.
As I recall, you've testified that that original case file was left in the cabinet of APD when you left.
Yes.
Okay. And you have now identified that file that's next to you that Ms. Love brought to court today as a copy of that file, correct?
I don't think those were my exact words.
What are your exact words?
I stated there are portions of this file that are copies of my original file.
Okay, so let me break that down.
Yes,
It's
sir.
a copy of your original file, but then there's also additional materials that someone else added.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterizes what the witness said.
She can correct me if I'm wrong.
So, overruled.
Is that correct? That it was your original file, that's a copy of your original file, and then someone else added some other documents?
I cannot tell you if that is my original file because I don't remember all of the contents of the original file. There are portions and documents of things that were in my original file that are now in this folder right here. And there are also portions that I don't know where they came from that are in this folder as well.
Okay, and when you make a copy of your original file and send it to the DA's office, you would want to include the pertinent parts of your investigation, correct?
Sure.
Because they're the ones that are going to be prosecuting the case, the DA's office.
At what stage of the case, like I stated to this gentleman here, different stages of the case going through the court system, you will receive different pieces of evidence. And maybe starting in the beginning, like the complaint room, you may not have all pieces of evidence or documents that'll end up in your original file at the end. So therefore, different stages that the case goes to the DA's office, you may not have all of the information.
It would contain the information for the work that you had done up to that point.
In the original file?
Yes.
Or portions of the file? At different stages, once again, you will receive different pieces of information. When I'm done with the case, all the information that I have for a particular case will be in that original file.
Right. And then the
Right.
original file is copied and sent to the DA's office. Correct?
Sir, I don't know a different way to explain to you what
Do you withhold
I'm saying.
information
I
from
don't
the
know.
DA's office?
Your Honor, objection as to relevance and objection, she's asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. As the lead investigator of the Dexter Montgomery case shooting back in 2015, do you remember the names Cornelius Davis, Carrion Mooney, and Christian James?
Objection, Your Honor, these were covered months ago. The same
Well,
question
and
was
that's why
asked and answered.
Recalling it for the jury and for the witness.
Go ahead.
Do you recall the names Cornelius Davis, Carrion Mooney, and Christian James?
Yes.
Okay, they were individuals that your investigation led you to believe were in the car with Dexter Montgomery at the time he was shot, correct?
Your Honor, this, again, asked and answered, so objection.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what we're getting at here.
I'll get there soon.
Get there really soon.
Those are individuals that were in the car with Dexter Montgomery per your investigation?
They were victims in that case, yes, sir.
Okay. And they were also witnesses?
Sure.
All right. Your Honor, I would like to play some prior testimony from April 29th, 2024.
Your Honor, I object.
Of this witness?
Yes.
I object to, the jury has already heard the testimony.
For what purpose? Y'all approach.
I have no words, guys. All I can say is this has been one hell of a week. One hell of a week. Woo, child. I'm finna go. I gotta go find me a snack or something.
Your Honor, maybe you can ask a question. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I'm going to take this. I'm not going to ask you anything else about the case file. Let's talk about August 5th, 2015. Okay, that was the date of the interview with Mr. Zachary, correct?
Okay.
Could you speak up a little bit?
Okay.
Okay. So Mr. Zachary was in jail, correct?
Yes, he was in custody.
All right. And he was in custody for a series of shooting residences from April 28, 2015.
Yes.
Oh, and you were the lead investigator in that case.
Later on, yes.
Okay. You were the one that took out the warrants for Mr. Zachary.
Yes, sir.
All right. And he was arrested on that case on July 28th of 2015, correct?
That sounds about right.
Okay.
I'm not sure the exact date.
The charges Mr. Zachary was facing, as you took out the warrants, 3 counts of ag assault.
If you can remind me what the case, the charges are, actual warrants, I don't know off the top of my head
Okay.
everything he was charged with.
Aggravated battery for shooting Denise Bell.
If you have something that can refresh my memory, I don't know of all of the exact charges
Okay.
off the top of my head.
All right. Did you charge him with aggravated battery?
Your Honor, the question has been asked and answered. If Mr. Sharp would provide something, she's asking for something to refresh her memory.
She says she doesn't know the exact charges, so I'm trying to work through it with her. Do you recall charging him with aggravated battery for shooting Denise Bell?
Yes, I'm speaking of when you say counts, I can't recall how many exact counts is what
I
I'm
understand,
saying.
and I'm not going to press you on that. Okay. Criminal damage to property.
Okay.
Is that
I-
gang charges?
It sounds about right. I don't know off the top of my head everything that he was charged with.
You charge him with gang charges, gang act violations,
Yes.
and you charge him with possession of firearm during commission of a felony.
That sounds about right.
All right. And he also had pending, he was still on bond for it, but he had pending the case from May 5th of 2015 when an officer found a gun in Summer Good's car, correct?
Okay.
You discussed that in an interview about his bond conditions and all the rest.
I'm trying to remember.
Okay.
It was before, so I'm sure the case wasn't dissolved by the time I talked to him in August. So
Okay, so he has this case of shooting the houses, and then he has a separate case.
the gun possession, yes.
Gun possession, right. And at the time on August 5th, from July 28, 2015, when he was arrested, to August 5th, he didn't have a bond, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. You talked about calls that were made in the beginning of that. You said something to the effect, this is not a quote. Your people are calling me, so I'm here now. What do you have to say?
Okay.
Is that paraphrasing? Is that
Sure.
right? All right. And I think you testified that you gave your number to certain people related to him. Who did you give your number to?
His mother.
His mother. Okay. Is that your standard practice, to give your number to people that you arrest?
Yes,
Or the family, I'm sorry, the family members of people you arrest?
a search warrant was executed at her home. So a lot of people have my phone number. It's a common practice of mine, yes.
Okay. Kenneth Copeland, did he have your number?
You're aware that he had my number?
Okay. Did his family members have your number?
I don't think I spoke with any of his family members.
What about Miss Quarterman? Did she have your number?
I believe so.
Okay. And that was his girlfriend at the time? Mother?
His child's mother, yes.
All right. Demekion Garlington, did he have your number?
No.
Did his family members have your number?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to, and I'm specifically talking about Mr. Zachary now.
Hmm.
When you made reference to people calling on his behalf or to get you to go out and talk to him, who specifically was it that was calling?
The best of my memory, it was his mother and his girlfriend at the time, Miss Good.
Okay. And these calls would have taken place in between July 28th, 2015 and August 5th, 2015. Is that fair to say? These calls would have happened after his arrest?
I would assume. I'm not 100% certain, but it was definitely after the search warrant was executed at his home.
Do you know what date the search warrant was?
I don't know off the top of my head.
How many times did his mother call you?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and
Sustained.
How many times did Summer Good call you?
relevance. Objection.
Let me ask you, are there any reports regarding these phone conversations you had with Mr. Zachary's mother or girlfriend that you generated?
No,
Okay. Were these phone calls you had with Mr. Zachary's mother and girlfriend, were they recorded?
I don't believe so.
All right. On direct, you talked about your practice of not revealing your cards first. Remember that?
I don't think I used the word cards, but I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Well, I'm not directly quoting you,
Okay.
but the idea that you hold back your information because you don't want the person that you're interrogating to know what you know and then structure a story around what they know you know.
Okay.
Does that sound about right?
More or less, yeah.
Okay. People lie in the interrogation room, don't they?
Objection, Your Honor. One, relevance as to what people do, and two, speaking on the veracity of a witness is exactly the thing that the court has instructed the witness not to do.
That's not as to a particular witness overruled.
And Your Honor, then objection, relevance as to what other people do.
Sustained.
Okay. You hold back information because you're concerned about people crafting their lies around what they would know you know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase.
Why do you hold back information from people in the interrogation room?
An objection that was asked and answered.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it wasn't asked and answered by me, and I'm trying to lay the foundation to go somewhere with this.
Okay, well, you just asked the question very similar to that, so.
Well, it was my recollection was objected to. That's why I'm asking open-ended now. Why do you withhold? I asked if she withholds information. Now I'm asking, why do you withhold information from people in the interrogation room?
Your Honor,
You just asked her about the testimony she gave on direct as to why she did that. And she answered that, yep, that was pretty much it.
Okay. In your experience, do people in the interrogation room try to protect themselves?
objection, relevance as to what people in the interrogation room do.
Are we speaking about a particular case? I mean, everybody's different.
I'm talking about in your experience.
In my experience, everyone is different. They have different reasons and motivations for what they say.
In your experience in the interrogation room, do people attempt to shift blame onto others?
Everyone has different motives and tactics that they use to try to outsmart us, unless you're talking about someone specific. I don't want to just generalize all of my experience and all of my interrogations.
Okay, well, all right, let's talk about a specific example that came up on direct.
Okay.
Ms. Love asked you about Quindaria Zachary informing you that Woody, Kenneth Copeland, Woody,
Mhm.
and Antonio Sledge Moontunk shot shell kill on Martin Luther King.
Shut that.
Shot at shell kill on Martin Luther King.
I don't know. Objection is to,
She asked.
you know what? I withdraw it. I'll let him ask the question.
Thank you. Do you remember?
Shot at Kelvin Watts? Yes.
Yes. Do you remember being asked about that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if Woody admitted to that when you interviewed him, right?
Okay.
And you chuckled.
I don't remember chuckling. Just now or then?
No, then.
I don't recall.
Okay.
I want to say, of course not, is what I stated.
Of course not.
Of course
Why
not.
did you say of course not?
Because we all know that he didn't. We watched several interviews with him, and he did not state anything about that.
Okay. That would have been against his legal interests, right?
Objection,
know.
Your Honor. As to
Sustained.
In fact, Mr. Copeland said he denied doing anything out on the streets. He said that people were always throwing his name into
Objection,
things
Your
that
Honor.
other people did, correct?
relevance and the best evidence was what they've already seen.
Okay. Let me ask you this. You, as an investigator, wanted to talk to Mr. Zachary when you had him in the interrogation room about things he was accused of first. That was your first line of questioning, correct?
The case that I had for him, yes.
Right, the shooting up the houses from April 28th.
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, permission to publish DS41A,
Yeah, those are all part of the. Yeah.
right, and it's 21851 to 22201.
Your Honor, with respect to,
01. Yes, sir.
Your Honor,
Yes.
okay, so I would object under 403 since the jury just heard this entire interview and ask that if there's a question, that the question be posed. But this portion of the entire interview has been played for the jury.
That's true. It was very recently played. Why don't you ask questions, and then if she needs her recollection refreshed about anything, you can do that.
You focused Quindaria Zachary on the April 28th, 2015 incident, right?
In the beginning of the interview, yes.
Okay. And his first thing he said to you was, I wasn't there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he claimed to have information about the shooting, though, correct?
Your Honor, this has been asked, answered, and shown.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I have not asked this
It
witness.
doesn't matter whether you particularly have asked. It's already been asked.
By the state. I'm not trying to argue with the court, but I mean, I've been up here
If
for
we
5
already
minutes.
have the answer, just move on to something that we don't have the answer to yet.
Okay. Mr. Zachary told you that Demekion told him all about what happened, correct? Demekion Garlington.
About what, sir? Which
The April
portion?
28th, 2015 shooting, Sergeant Gaither.
I don't believe that was exactly what he said.
Your Honor, may I play the video?
You may.
Thank you. Can we publish 41A, Mr. Kokomo? And that is 2/18/51 to 2/22/01.
Talk about this, what you've been charged with. What do you have to say about the case? I went there that night. You wasn't where? What did you hear about it? Something had a house with milk, so like DJ got jumped. I'm like, so? And then, you was at the house on Cleveland? Yeah. Apartment, after she said? 4 or 5 people. And then, that was she told me, that she had got shot at too. That same night? No, she said that they had gotten a whole bunch of shooting, and then like Ill Gang had pulled up at my cousin's house. My cousin go with this boy named Tate, y'all know. Yeah, Javante, yeah, I don't know his name, but she was going in the house, and she said they were started shooting at the house, like they were shooting from apartment. Like she said. Where is this house located? Like you talking about Landrum apartment, Landrum and Zone 4? On campus, North campus. Yeah. So who stay over there again? My cousin Liz, right? And Tate. That's what Javante said. Yeah. She your blood cousin? Yeah. I mean, you know how people say. Not my real cousin. So this gang got to shoot at them at Landrum. Yeah. Is this before or after D got shot at? I mean, got jumped on. She say it did happen later. It was after all the shooting. So first D get jumped on, then the shootings happen. Y'all tell you like from how I heard, like what I heard first. Okay. I like should most of them call me or something in the morning to know that. But she like, most of them cussing D out because D telling them that he shooting, they had shoot him in the face. So most of them told D they had to find around home. And then that was she like, then that was D told, I would sleep. D told them one like they had shot up the house. D told you that, say that you kind of skimmed over that part. When you say D, you talking about Demekion, right? That your real name? You talking about Lil D from 30 D, like Mechanicsville? Demekion. Demekion told me that they had shot at the houses. That who had shot at the houses? Him, Tate, and who it was? Shannon. He just told me another name. He said him, Tate, Shannon, and some other boy named Trey Dunn be with Tate. Named Trey Dunn? Yeah. He told you personally? Yeah. How did he tell you over the phone? In your face? Yeah, he's over my house. I was sitting there and he told me that they had shot the house, he said, and then what's called that when they shot up Larry, where Tate stayed. So if gang came back, yeah, shot up Tate house? Yeah, someone right there.
That's good.
I guess.
So after seeing that video, you would agree that Mr. Zachary first said he wasn't there.
Yes.
But he said he had information about what happened, right?
Yes.
And he said he got that information because Demekion came over his house and confessed it all the next day.
Your Honor,
He didn't use the
I
word
object
confess.
to the best evidence. And so
Okay, overruled.
Did you finish your
That
question?
his source, he claimed his source of information was not from being there, but from Demekion telling him the next day.
Correct. And also that portion, that first story that he just told about Demekion telling him and all of this was a lie, that he was actually there.
Well, I understand that, but that's what he told you. I'm not asking if it's true. That's what he told you.
Yes, that's what he told me.
Okay. And you had records, phone records. So I'm not asking you to comment on anyone's veracity, but you weren't believing what he was saying. He wasn't fooling you when he told you that.
Your Honor, this is asked and answered, so objection.
Sustained.
Okay. Later on, you called him out. When I say later on, I'm talking about just after that clip. You called him out on what he was saying, correct? You
Your Honor,
challenged him.
Objection under 403, they've just heard, and she's been
Okay. He's trying to do his examination, so I'm going to overrule that one.
Thank you.
You challenged him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he pled with you. He said, I'm being honest.
Is that a question?
Let's hear it.
Well, that wasn't on that clip. That wasn't on that clip. He told you in the interview room he was being honest, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. They saw it on the other clip. So best evidence.
Sustained.
Okay. He promised you he wasn't there, correct?
Your Honor,
Mm-hmm.
I object. Best evidence. The jury has seen it,
They
Sustained.
keep,
asked and answered.
if it's best evidence, I will gladly play the clip. Is that,
Your Honor, they've already seen it. This has been asked and answered.
Sustained.
all right. Okay. Still talking about April 28th.
Okay.
April 28th, through your investigation, you came to realize that there was a shooting at Landrum, correct?
No. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I would object, asked, answered, and best evidence.
Overruled.
You're the lead investigator in the case. There was a shooting at Landrum, correct?
That's what Mr. Zachary stated. I don't believe I was able to find any evidence that that occurred.
Okay.
Just best of my recollection, I don't believe I.
That's fair. Mr. Zachary claimed that his cousin Alexis Bryant and his girlfriend Summer Good were in that residence at Landrum when that shooting occurred. What he was claiming was a shooting occurred, correct?
Okay. Yes.
All right. And the story was that Summer Good, his girlfriend, called him for help. Correct?
Yes.
All right. And as lead investigator on this case, you're aware that at Adele and Drew Drive, the subsequent shootings for which Mr. Zachary was charged, there were shell casings found on those scenes, correct?
Okay.
Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Zachary, you're aware that he was arrested with a certain gun on May 7, 2015.
A certain gun?
Yes.
Yes, he was arrested with a firearm.
Okay. And that was 9 days after the April 28th shooting, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the ballistics from the shell casings at the scenes that you were investigating matched the
Your
ballistics
Honor,
of the
I'm
gun
going to
that
object
Mr.
based on hearsay unless there's a stipulation. So I'm going to
Sustained.
Okay. I will move on. Mr. Zachary, in his statements to you, stated that he didn't shoot, right? Once he admitted he was there, he claimed he didn't shoot at anyone or any houses.
Correct.
He stated that Mr. Sledge never shot.
That's what he stated. Yes.
Okay. And he named 3 shooters as my client, Shannon Stillwell, Shannon Jackson, Trevante Turner, and Ali Lee Caldwell, or he said Lee.
Correct.
Okay. And you have said in court that you looked at some social media post with Trevante and Lee in it, correct?
And trade on, yes.
And Traydon. Okay. Shannon was not in this social media post.
No.
Okay. When did you look at this social media post?
The exact date I'm unsure of, but it was during the early portion of this Operation Planners, Donovan Thomas murder investigation with the retaliatory shootings.
So it had been in 2015 you looked at this social media post?
Yes, the early part of 2015.
Okay. Did you print out that social media post?
Print it? No.
Do you have that social media post?
I did. It was on a terabyte jump drive that I had that was damaged when the city of Atlanta had some type of cyber attack. But I did have the actual photograph of it.
So we don't have that social media post in court here today.
I don't know if Miss Love them have it. I don't have it.
Okay. Regardless of this post that you found involving what that had Trevante Turner and Ali Lee Caldwell in it, you never charged Trevante Turner or Ali Caldwell with anything regarding April 28, 2015, correct?
Your Honor, I checked based on asked and answered and 403, asked and answered in depth.
Overruled.
No, there was no corroborating evidence to say that they were involved
Okay.
outside of what Mr. Zachary stated.
And in the 9.5 years that have passed since April 28, 2015, you never charged Shannon Stillwell with any of these incidents from April 28, 2015, did you?
I've been retired since 2020.
Okay, so from April 28, 2015 to your retirement date in 2020, you never charged Shannon Stillwell with any of the events from April 28, 2015?
I have not.
Okay. You talked to Mr. Zachary about the Lil Wayne bus shooting from 2015, correct?
Briefly.
Okay, briefly. Did Quindarius Zachary ever claim to be on 285 or the highway when any buses were shot at or shot?
I don't believe so.
Okay, did he ever claim to be a witness to the actual shooting?
No.
Okay. He did tell you that someone was in a Camaro with Jimmy Winfrey, but he could not identify that person, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, best evidence.
I mean, they can't have it both ways, Judge. They can't stop me from playing the video and then complain when I don't play the video.
Your Honor, they just saw the video, so objection is to a waste if we want to continue and expedite.
If she can answer the question.
What's the question again? I'm sorry.
He claimed that someone was in the Camaro, the white Camaro with Jimmy Winfrey, correct?
Okay, yes.
But he couldn't identify that person.
I don't believe he stated a name.
Okay. And he claimed that at Club Compound, he saw Shannon getting into Dolly is Jeffrey's sister, correct?
Okay, yes.
Dolly's Ford Explorer.
Yeah, I, I don't recall.
You know Dolly's Ford Explorer to be bluish green, correct?
I'm aware of the interview, but I don't recall off the top of my head what vehicle he stated he got into.
Okay.
It wasn't the vehicle with him, with Mr. Zachary.
You know Dolly's Ford Explorer to be bluish green, correct?
Correct. So I've heard.
Okay. Have you spoken to the bus driver who was out there that night on 285 driving Lil Wayne?
I have no reason to speak to the bus driver.
Are you aware?
Your Honor, I'm going to object if Mr. Shart is going to ask about another witness's testimony or anything like that.
I don't know what he's going to ask about.
Are you aware that the descriptions for the cars?
Objection, Your Honor. That would call for speculation. She said she was not out there. And hearsay.
Overruled.
Are you aware that the descriptions of the cars involved given by the bus driver were a white Corvette?
Hang on, sustained with regard to hearsay at that point, yes.
Do you have any idea what the descriptions given by the bus driver were?
Objection, Your Honor. That's for the same reason, and it's irrelevant whether she knows what a description was. And Mr. Shart has no good faith basis for asking. She has testified that that was not her primary investigation. She didn't speak with them.
Sustained.
Did Quindarius Zachary ever put Shannon in a white truck the night of the Lil Wayne shooting?
When I interviewed him, no.
No? Okay. Do you know of Shannon Stillwell ever being charged with the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Objection, relevance and hearsay and relevance.
Sustained as to relevance.
Okay. Going to move to the discussion you had with Mr. Zachary about confessions allegedly given to him on the night of January 10th, 2015, okay?
Okay.
All right. When you're investigating a crime or talking to a witness, you would agree that it's important to nail down details, correct?
Okay.
I mean, you can feel free to disagree. It's either yes or no. I don't know what okay means.
Do I feel as though it's important to nail down
details?
Yes.
Thank you. And at the time of this interview with with Quindarius Zachary, I know you weren't the lead investigator of the Donovan Thomas case, correct?
Correct.
That was Detective Thorpe, but you had a working knowledge of that case.
Objection, vague as to working knowledge.
Overruled.
Some parts of the investigation, yes.
You had sat down with Kenneth Copeland multiple times, right?
Correct.
And all that was prior to your meeting with Mr. Zachary, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And regarding these alleged confessions, you would certainly want to obtain the contextual details surrounding the confessions, correct?
Objection, vague.
Overruled.
The confession as far as Mr. Thomas's death?
Yes.
And
you'd want to know the contextual details surrounding the
Your Honor,
confession.
regarding alleged confession, it mischaracterizes what
Sustained.
As an investigator, you would want to nail down the contextual details.
Objection, contextual details as to what, vague?
Overruled. If she doesn't understand, she can express that.
I don't understand.
You would want to know who supposedly confessed.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, the court sustained the objection as to alleged confession. So continuing on that.
Sustained,
Your Honor,
sustained,
my client's presumed innocent,
understood.
And Your Honor,
and I'm not accepting that there was any confession. So I'm going to say presumed,
Yeah.
I'm going to say
All
alleged
right,
confession.
stop. I'm going to excuse y'all. Thanks. I don't think that we'll excuse you.
yeah,
I don't think the problem is with the word alleged. I think it's with confession.
yes.
Okay, well, I don't know what else to call what I'm willing to call it whatever, except I'm not going, with all due respect, Your Honor, I'm going to not run afoul of the court, but I'm not going to call it a confession.
Yeah,
But-
I think she agrees to that. I
Okay, well,
think
then
that's what her objection is.
Well, Mr. Zachary is saying that my client, Mr. Zachary said, he's not saying it now, said that my client came up to him and said he just killed someone. I don't know what other term that Ms. Love would prefer me use. I'm willing to use another term, but I don't know what
Do
else.
you have
to call
another
that.
term, Ms. Love, that would,
Statement, co-conspirator hearsay, Your Honor. A confession is
we're
something
not going
made
to
to.
use that.
He's not alleging to have said anything, to law enforcement. So.
I've sustained as to the word confession. Can you use the word statement?
I'm willing to do whatever Your Honor asked me to do, as long as I can say alleged.
You can, well, sure, you can say that too. Okay. Let's everybody take a break. And let's hope that at some point this afternoon we get through this examination.
Can you step back, Your Honor?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody, thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Young Thug trial. Now, I want to take a quick second and I want to tell you about this stream's awesome sponsor, Upside. So, what's Upside? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. So, when I go to pump my gas, I can use the Upside app and get cash back. Real cash back. It's money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. So once you have the Upside app, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card. You follow the steps on the app and you get paid. And as you saw me just do, you can use Upside at places like Shell, Exxon, Mobil, 7-Eleven, Taco Bell. That's just to name a few, by the way. There are so many more. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code LCLive and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code LCLive for an extra 25 cents back on your first gallon of gas.
Hey guys, I'm with um I'm with Judge Whitaker. Hopefully by the end of the day we can get through this witness. She is sending me with this okay. Like, come on. Sorry y'all, I had to go eat. I was so hungry. Okay, Supreme L. Don't want to be DA. Kayla, explain to us how and why all these talking objections are being allowed. And this lady, Miss Love, is showing absolutely no candor to the court and been found lying 50,000 times. Child. I definitely can't deal with the breathing in the mic and the okays, y'all. I'm eating a Star Crunch. Okay, 50 lamb times. Y'all want me to say 50 lamb. The sergeant is helping me out too, because sergeant of what? I love Star Crunch. think this is a really good question. And I do think that they would be able to plead the fifth to things that would incriminate them for federal issues. But I'm gonna look into that and confirm. Shout out to everybody from Kat's channel. Right. Do not talk about the star crunches. They are so good. Hi everybody. Hi everybody coming over from Kat's page. Thank you, Kat, for sending them over. Okay. We are on break right now. I just got back from my lunch. I was watching while I was eating, but pretty much nothing's going on like always. Max cannot get a word out. Adrian is objecting to everything that she does. And now we are on break. So they had some, Max and Adrian had some commentary or back and forth on whether the statement regarding Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Zachary that Mr. Zachary made was a confession or not, or how do you what word should be used, confession or statement. And now we are on a break. Hopefully they'll be back soon. Thank you guys for coming over from Kat's page. Looks like we are about to start back.
Jury President California.
Thank you, Honor. May it please the court. Welcome back, Investigator Gaither. So we were talking about an investigator when someone you're interviewing is saying someone else made a statement to them or an alleged statement to them. Okay?
Okay.
I'm asking, as an investigator, you would want to obtain from the person you're interviewing contextual details about this statement that was supposedly given to them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And those contextual details would include, obviously, who said it, right?
Generally, yes.
Okay. It would include when it was said,
I disagree.
correct?
If you're just generalizing something, yes, or if you're speaking about a specific,
As an investigator, if someone is saying, Johnny told me this, and it's about what you're investigating, you would want to know when Johnny supposedly said this to the
All right,
witness,
guys, I'm locking back in.
correct,
But I'm right here.
every
Nothing else you
investigation
need.
is different. So if you're speaking about context, context is not always the same in every case because every case is different.
Okay, and we're going to get into specifics in a minute, okay?
Okay.
You would want to know if anyone else was present for this statement to know if there's any other witnesses to the statement, correct?
Generally speaking, I can't just answer that and put all of that in one box, Mr. Shard. If you're I'm still answering.
Okay.
I can't just put all of that in one box when you just say all investigations. All investigations and all confessions or interviews are not the same.
As an investigator, when would you not want to know who else heard a statement?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Well, I was just told
Harassing.
Overruled.
as an investigator, when would you not want those details? Explain to me a situation where you wouldn't want those details.
There's not a situation that I would not want those details, but if we're speaking about something in context, a specific incident, all investigations are not the same. Yes, the generalized who, what, when, where, how, that's essentially what you want to obtain, but sometimes that's not always known by the person that's giving the information.
Okay, but you would want to know.
That's what I just stated generally, sir.
Okay. And you'd also want to know exactly what was said, as close as possible, the wording of what was said, correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay. So let's talk about what Quindarius Zachary said other people said to him during that interview on August 5th, 2015. Okay? Quindarius Zachary claimed that Nard, Demise McMullen, confessed to him during that interview, didn't he?
I don't.
Yes.
With respect to the confession part,
Oh, okay.
Can you rephrase?
Yes. Quindarius Zachary, in that interview in August 2015, claimed that Demise McMullen, also known as Nard, made statements to him about the Donovan Thomas murder. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. But at other parts of the interview, and I'm specifically referring to 254:33 to 254:49, he told you Nard didn't tell me nothing. Isn't that correct?
Is that within the context of the murder?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
He also told you during that interview that he did not hear Nard say anything about it. Speaking of the Donovan Thomas shooting. Isn't that correct?
That's what he stated in the video.
Okay, so in the same interview, Quindarius Zachary told you that Nard confessed, or, well, I'm going to use his words, confessed at Thug's house. And he also told you in that same interview, Nard didn't say anything about it, and he did not hear Nard say anything about it. Isn't that correct?
That's what the video states, sir.
Okay. Quindarius Zachary said something did happen, then said it didn't happen in the same interview. You said that Quindarius Zachary was pretty consistent. That's what you said on direct.
Is that a question, or are you just stating it?
That's a question.
Okay.
On direct, you said that Quindarius Zachary was pretty consistent.
Yes.
Okay. Quindarius Zachary claiming Demise McMullen said something to him, and then later on in the interview saying Demise McMullen did not say anything to him. Do you find that to be pretty consistent?
In the majority of Mr. Zachary's interview, he was consistent with the statements that he made.
That was good enough from your point of view? Be pretty consistent?
Vague.
Sustained.
Okay. Let's talk about what Mr. Zachary claimed, the statement Mr. Zachary claimed that Mr. Kendrick gave to him. You actually asked him at 2:53:26 in the interview, you asked him for contextual details. You said, exactly what did Mr. Kendrick say? Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you asked him that because you wanted to determine the exact words. Correct?
Yes.
You also wanted to ask him where this was said, when it was said, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you asked Quindarius Zachary those questions about what he was claiming Mr. Kendrick said, he never answered, did he?
I'm not certain.
Okay. Let's talk about what Quindarius Zachary claimed my client, Mr. Stillwell, said. In this interview, you saw contextual details regarding what Mr. Stillwell supposedly said to Mr. Zachary, correct?
Whatever you feel is contextual details.
Okay, well, I want to be on the same page as you. You asked
Okay.
him where and when it occurred, correct?
Yes.
All right, and he told you at 2:51:15 in the interview that he, Mr. Zachary, and Moontoon, Mr. Sledge, had just pulled up to Thug's house, Thug's condo, correct?
Yes.
And that Shannon was planning on going to see some girls and then asked for a firearm, correct?
Yes.
And he told you at that point, before Mr. Stillwell went to see these girls, right when Mr. Zachary showed up, that's when he told Mr. Zachary.
Objection compound.
Sustained.
Okay. Mr. Zachary told you it was at this time that Mr. Stillwell supposedly stated that he caught Nut Down Bad.
No, I don't believe that was in that moment.
Okay, Your Honor, may I play DS41D?
You may.
And that's 2:51:15 to 2:51:45. Yep.
Where were you guys when
Shannon was telling you this, and what day was it? Same day or day after?
Same night. Shannon, I was walking through. I had just walked me and Mook when they pulled up at the house.
Mm-hmm.
And Shannon finna go to a girl house. And all the bullets was going out the gun. Like, he like, we ain't got no guns. They see Mook some gun.
Right.
Mook had a little handgun. They see Mook some gun and go to the store. Mook say, wait, I ain't got no bullet. And that when me and Shannon started talking.
Okay.
Mhm.
After viewing that video, would you agree that Mr. Zachary's story to you was that, and Mr. Zachary also told you that he showed up at the condo around 9 p.m., correct?
Which part do you want me to answer first?
9 p.m. Is that what he said?
I don't recall him saying 9 p.m.
Okay. In that video,
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Zachary is telling you, after you saw contextual details, that Shannon made these statements to him when he and Moontunk pulled up to Jeffrey's condo.
And I believe in the rest of that. In context, he stated that they didn't want to say anything in front of Moontuk because Moontuk talked too much.
Okay.
So I don't believe it was in this moment when they saw your client walking in that he told him in front of Moontuk.
Well, so what's your understanding? When do you believe it occurred?
I believe he further states that he didn't tell him right in that moment, that he said it in front of Moontuk.
Well, I mean, you'd want the details, so if that's not when it occurred, I'm asking you, when did this alleged
Later that you
statement
had
from
like
Mr. Stillwell occur? If not then?
You probably should have asked Mr. Quindarius that while he was on the stand.
Okay, I did.
Okay.
Are you aware, you would agree that Mr. Zachary is talking about a time before Mr. Stillwell goes to see girls that night?
Yes, when they saw him walking out of the
Okay.
condo is what he was talking about here.
Are you aware that that story changed in 2017?
Your Honor, I object to assuming facts not in evidence until
Sustained.
We have played that clip, and that's in evidence with Mr. Zachary. We played the clip from 2017.
2017?
Yes.
Okay, then overruled.
Are you aware that his story about when it occurred changed when he spoke to law enforcement and district attorneys in 2017?
I was not in the gang unit in 2017. I was not in the gang unit in 2017.
Let's talk about what Quindarius Zachary claimed Mr. Stillwell said.
Mm-hmm.
In the 2015 interview with you, you would agree that he said Shannon told him caught nut down bad.
They
correct?
caught nut down bad, yes.
Okay. And he also, Mr. Zachary also claimed that Mr. Stillwell gave him details about what had occurred, told him what happened. Told him who was in the car, for instance.
Yes.
Okay, and told him about going to meet Bushi and riding around in the car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that in 2017,
Your Honor, I'm going to object. If the witness has said she wasn't there in 2017, there's no good faith basis to ask if she knows anything about it. She said she never saw the video. So I'd object to lack of foundation, no good faith basis.
Sustained.
are these changing stories pretty consistent?
Your Honor, objection.
Sustained.
Now, you were asked if, on direct, if you made any promises to Mr. Zachary. Remember that? Promises about bond or promises about a lenient sentence.
I believe so.
Okay, and you said that you don't have the authority to guarantee someone a lower sentence, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you don't have the authority as a police officer, I'm not saying you personally, but as a police officer, you don't have the authority to guarantee someone bond, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't do that. You didn't make any guarantees, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Zachary when he came to talk to you? Well, let me ask you this. In the calls, did you have any calls with Mr. Zachary before August 5th, 2015?
Before?
Yes. Like you
No.
said his family was calling. Did Mr. Zachary ever call you?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. You say you don't believe so.
No.
Okay. These family members certainly expressed to you a desire for Mr. Zachary to be released, correct?
To be released or for me to come talk to him, pick him up to talk to him?
Both.
I don't recall about a release. His family was calling, asking could I go pick him up because he wanted to speak to me.
Okay. When you got into the interview room with him, he repeatedly stated that his desire was to be released on bond, correct?
Correct.
He stated he'd wear an ankle monitor, but he just needed to get out of jail.
Your Honor,
Correct?
I object, they've heard the interview.
I'm
And so
sorry, you what?
I object, best evidence. There, Mr. Shard is asking what he repeatedly stated. So they've heard the interview.
I'm not sure I understand
Best
that objection.
evidence.
Can you repeat your question?
Mr. Zachary, during the interview, repeatedly stated his desire to be released on bond.
And your objection is best evidence?
Yes.
Sustained.
Your Honor,
Yes.
as an advocate, I'd like to be able to ask questions about the video that was just played. I think we're to highlight certain aspects.
So I've sustained the objection. You may ask a different question.
Okay. Mr. Zachary indicated to you that Summer, his girlfriend, had told him it would be in his best interest to come talk to you, correct?
Yes.
And you agreed with him. You said absolutely. Correct? Okay. Now, when we talk about corroboration, that's something that you would do after the interview, correct? Check behind details or facts or claims, correct?
Are we talking about if someone told me something?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
I would try to attempt to.
Right, but that would be something done after the interview, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you weren't corroborating things in real time with Mr. Zachary, were you? In the interview room?
Well, if that was a piece of evidence that I had in hand, like Investigator Dennis had a video or I had phone records, I was able to corroborate in that moment. But if you're just talking about based upon just something he said that happened, no, I was sitting in the interview room with him.
Right. So you certainly weren't corroborating, I understand you had the phone records for April 28th incident, but you had those on hand during the interview, correct? The April 28th incident phone records?
Yes.
Okay. But regarding the Donovan Thomas case where you weren't the lead investigator, you didn't have materials to corroborate in real time his claims about that, did you?
I'm trying to remember. There were some persons that we had cell phone records of that we knew were involved in retaliatory shootings. So if we would, again, obtain probable cause or a search warrant for the cell phone records, some of the persons involved, we would go back to January to see if they were involved in any other incidents that we could corroborate.
So that involved,
If it,
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
so again, if it was a person that we had, some of those persons, we would go back to January to try to get some corroborating evidence.
But those materials were in relation to retaliatory shootings, as you're deeming them retaliatory shootings, not the January 10th, 2015 incident.
January 15th?
No, you had materials, you're talking about materials you had regarding, and these are your words, retaliatory shootings. Though you didn't have documents, or what you're talking about did not involve the actual January 10th, 2015 incident. It involved things that happened afterwards, correct?
I cannot say for certain that the three persons, I can't say yes or no,
Okay.
out of the persons that we had, that we didn't go back to January the 10th of the Donovan Thomas murder. You say retaliatory shootings, which were in effect because of the murder. So of course we would go to January the 10th and not just the first date that we've known about the shooting, the retaliatory shootings.
Let me ask you this when we're talking about corroboration.
Yes, sir.
During that interview at 3:36:10, investigator Dennis tells Quindarius Zachary, "You're doing great. You're doing a great job. I can't express to you the magnitude of what you're saying," correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at 3:36:57, during that interview, investigator Dennis says, "These next couple of hours will determine the rest of your life," correct?
Yes.
And then, of course, Mr. Zachary asks, "Can you release me on house arrest?" Right?
Okay. Yes.
And during that interview on August 5th, 2015, you told Mr. Zachary, "I'm going to get on the phone with the DA ASAP. You have my word," correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Are there other defense attorneys who have questions for this witness? All right.
Horrible.
Can you give us just a second?
Of course.
May I?
Yes, thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Winfrey. I'd like to ask you your background, and if I'm getting too far afield, just say it's beyond your knowledge, okay? When you were doing policing and you'd obtain surveillance video images from, let's say, a business or a house, okay? I want you to focus on that. I heard you say today that you did that for the vault, the studio vault, when you watched the 10 cars go. You know what I'm talking about?
I didn't say I did it. I said investigator Dennis did.
Okay, you didn't see you didn't view the.
I viewed it, yes.
Okay. Now, in 2015,
Mhm.
that's the date I'm focused on. Were there different types of memorializing or capturing of the images whereby some business can hold the data or the images for 30 days, some would hold them for a year, some 15 days? Would it just depend on the particular product that they used?
I'm not aware of any, I don't have any technological background or things to obtain video to know how long a particular system holds information.
Okay, how about this? From your experience, though, could you get a video, let's say that you were investigating something that happened a month ago? Would you go to the scene where there may be a video camera and see whether it holds the 30 days or more? Have you been able to capture that type of distance, that type of time?
I've investigated cases where sometimes it holds it for 30 days, sometimes 3 days, sometimes a year. It's all dependent on that particular system or if we're talking about a specific investigation.
And when the system, we're talking about hold the images, at some point, because of storage, and if you don't know, just say I don't know, the storage, sometimes some images fall off. It's too old to keep on the storage. Is that your experience?
I'm not an expert in technological video expert extraction, so I can't answer that.
Let's not talk, just from your experience, is there a date where it just can't hold? The people tell you, well, you find out it's too old, the data won't hold. That's what I'm asking you.
Objection, Foundation.
I'm asking her experiences.
Overruled.
If you ask me if video has been overwritten, is that what?
Sure.
Basically what you're asking me? Yes,
Think so.
I've heard of that, yes.
I think so.
Mhm.
Okay. Have you ever dealt with a system that after, let's say, I'm using an example, 2 weeks, all the data is overwritten?
Objection, vague and relevance as to a system.
Overruled.
When you mean dealt with the system, what do you mean?
When you're investigating, or your own system, but have experienced that all the data is gone 2 weeks from that day, it's all gone, then it just starts brand new? Or is it more of a rolling system?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Let me ask a better way. I'm just using dates, okay? January 1, 2015, I'll use 15. There's a business, McDonald's.
Okay.
It holds the image, I'm making all this up, holds the image for 2 weeks, January 14th, 2015, okay?
Okay.
Have you ever had experience where on the midnight going into January 15th, 2015, everything for the last 2 weeks, in my example, from January 1st forward to January 14th at 11:59 is wiped out and we start anew? Or is it that certain parts of the system and they keep rolling over? It just makes room and you keep adding the days, if you know.
I've been told on occasions, a system like I just stated, if it's longer than their saving period or cloud period, it'll overwrite itself. It won't save it. I've been told that, if that's what you,
Okay.
if I'm answering your questions.
Okay, no, that's fine. All right. Let's go back to the surveillance I just asked you about McDonald's. You and Detective Dennis interview Kenneth Copeland, and I'm just focused on the last time, or one of the last times, June 10th, 2015. Okay?
Okay.
I know Detective Thorpe is there, and ATF agents, but from that interview, you and Detective Dennis go down to the McDonald's to inquire about their surveillance. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you got the number and the name of the person who, and you gave it to Detective Thorpe, the homicide detective on this case, to follow up.
Yes, sir.
Were you ever told by Detective Thorpe that he had already gone to the McDonald's on or about the 11th or 12th of January 2015 to look at that video?
Objection, that calls for hearsay and relevance as to whether or not Detective Thorpe ever told her that.
They're working the
He
case.
testified, right?
Yes.
Overruled.
I was not told.
Now, you were asked about truly humble under God. You remember those questions earlier today? Or that question earlier today?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors and tell us where, in all of your work on this case involving Mr. Williams, and any time where you ever had an interview, a conversation where you asked, or someone in your presence asked, or someone told you what THUG stands for.
That's never been a question asked of me.
With regards to the repost, and if you need to see it, please just tell me. I just have to refresh my
You said the
memory.
what?
Repost. And if you need to see it, we're going to show it to you. January 26, 2015. Mr. Garlington, you helped the jurors see it previously. It starts out with Mr. Williams. I'm not quoting. I think it is a quote, but I don't want to quote. I don't get it. People lie to their kids, lie to their mothers, lie to their, you know, okay. Do you have the number that is? Your Honor, can I have just one moment?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You want the one with your client? That video? The one with the one with
It's Mr. Garlington. I'm going to, the state is helping me out. Ms. Hilton's helping me out. Can I ask other questions in the meantime? Okay. Well, they're helping me out, so we'll come
Yes,
right
sir.
back to that. Okay. Do you remember being shown State's Exhibit number 526YY, if you could help me out, Mr. Atkins? And with the court's permission, this is already in evidence. And just orient yourself with it if you don't mind. This is already in evidence. It's the number I just announced. And do you remember this?
Why? I didn't think that's in evidence. Is
I
that what you
hope-
said?
I believe that's, you admitted it.
I said it would be admitted if tendered. I don't believe it was tendered.
It was tendered today, mine.
No.
Okay, I'm moving on.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. This, it's been called several things, gang war, beef. You testified earlier, and please correct me. I do not look into transcript. This started from your investigation approximately fall 2014. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Now, You have information through your investigation that the fall, well, let's establish the fall. Approximately, we're in the fall now, September, October, November, December, something like that. 2014, would you say that's the fall?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you know that Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas, friendly with Donovan Thomas in the months of September, October, November, December, January 2000, well, those 2014 going into 2015. Fair to say?
I don't know that for certain.
You were told that.
Um, not necessarily, no.
You saw pictures? I'm sorry if there's an objection.
I don't.
You saw pictures,
Saw pictures of what?
Instagram pictures, postings, concert flyers
Of what, sir?
And
of
vague.
Mr. Williams and Mr. Donovan Thomas together.
During those times of October, November?
Fall 2014, September, October, November, December, going into beginning of January.
I don't recall.
Your Honor, that was really compound, so.
Overruled.
I don't recall seeing any pictures during that time. You mean posted?
Sure.
I'm asking.
Social media.
Hold on. I'm asking you. Do you mean did I see pictures of them in October, September, December of 2014? Like at that exact time?
Are you asking
Yes.
if she saw the pictures then, or if she
Oh.
eventually saw pictures from them?
The second one.
If I eventually saw pictures of them, I believe I have that it was videos or something like that.
Okay. And same question though.
Yes, sir.
Not as complicated. Rich Homie Quan, you know who that is, Mr. Lamar?
I've heard of them, yes.
Same thing, performing with Mr. Williams in the fall 2014, going into January 2015.
I don't know of exact dates, no.
All right. Okay. Now, Mr. Zachary told you when we watched it, he told you that this was really a battle, whatever word, war with, he called him Woody, but Kenneth Copeland, and he said Shellkel, but Mr. Kelvin Watts. True?
Yes.
And that Jeffrey and Donovan Thomas were friends during this. True?
I don't recall him saying they were friends.
Okay, I'm going to get you some. Do you know the transcript or would you like to see the recording?
Whatever you want to show me.
Okay. Do you remember, I'm going to have to find it for a second. Do you remember Mr. Zachary telling you that Jeffrey's not involved in Donovan Thomas's killing?
I believe he stated he didn't know that it happened until after it happened.
Did he tell you, do you remember the prosecutor asking you about whether Jeffrey didn't give an F about Donovan Thomas's death, and then Mr. Zachary giving an answer. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was actually Detective Dennis who said that Jeffrey didn't give a F. True?
I don't.
Your Honor,
Okay.
withdrawn.
Your Honor, can I play Jeffrey Williams 263D, as in David, and it's from a clip from the August 5, 2015 video.
Okay, is this
That's in
the thing
evidence.
you're circling back to, or is this the thing you were just asking about?
One more time? It's what I've been talking about just
Okay.
now. And that
Right.
states
There-
Exhibit 531Y.
And that's with regard to the question that's on the floor that I don't think got answered?
Right, I think that
Okay.
the Detective Gates said, I don't remember.
Okay,
I
I
don't know.
can, yes, you may. I can hear
You could just listen to this for us.
Yeah.
What do you thought they was gonna get y'all down there? What was Thug like?
Shit, he normal.
He ain't get no fuck.
I mean, he killed her, like, he like, why did they kill Nut? He like, but then down my head, they told him that that Nut said it's a goal. It really would be holding back stuff.
Does that sound right? On what was played earlier today or yesterday?
That's what we played. Yes.
Okay, and that's Detective Dennis asking Mr. Zachary in your presence what was a thug-like, meaning after the death of Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes.
And the answer, Mr. Zachary said, SHI, he was normal. Is that what you just heard?
Yes.
And then Detective Dennis said he didn't give no FU blank K, right?
Yes.
And then Mr. Zachary said, I mean, he cared, like why did they kill Nut? Like, but then I guess they told him that Nut said it's a go, they really be, and would he really be holding back? Is that what you heard?
Sure. I think we all heard it.
Okay. So when the prosecutor was asking you earlier that Jeffrey Williams was, this is my word, insensitive. That's not what Mr. Zachary said, right?
I object to the mischaracterization of anything that.
All right, well, the questions aren't evidence anyway, and he said it was his word, so overruled.
That he was insensitive. I don't recall hearing that.
And it said that, I guess, they told him Nut said it's a go. But they really be, would he really be holding back? And it goes on to would he lies, or little Mr. Copeland, right? Lies to Jeffrey. That's what it was about, correct?
I don't believe he said Woody lies to Mr. Williams.
Okay. Now, with regards to what you know from looking at social media, Jeffrey Williams put forth a rest in peace social media platform announcement, didn't he?
What are we talking about again?
January 11th, 2015, very early in the morning, 3 or 4 in the morning, you're aware that Jeffrey Williams paid tribute to Donovan Thomas, right?
I'm not aware.
You've never seen that posting?
Your Honor, the witness has answered, so I object to answered and assuming.
I'm not aware.
Can I refresh your memory with something? Can I show you the posting, or you don't know? You've never seen it?
Your Honor, I object to this testifying. If the witness said she.
She's not testifying, overruled.
I don't recall seeing it.
Okay. Have it? All right, can Mr. Kokomo approach?
For the purpose of potentially refreshing the witness's recollection?
Yes.
Do you think that something might refresh your recollection, Sergeant Gaither?
He can show me, but I don't recall. Can you bring it up, please? Can you go up? But watch so.
You recognize that social media
Your Honor,
posting?
I'd ask that that question not be the question, but whether her memory is refreshed as to whether she ever saw any
Jane.
social. Your Honor, would
Does that
the
refresh
question?
your memory?
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, but not in that context that you're using it for, sir.
Okay, you've seen that posting before?
I've seen that posting on Nuts page before, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I am moving for the admission of Mr. Williams' number
Your Honor,
42.
I'd ask to approach and I'll
Okay.
tell the court why.
Anybody need a restroom break anyway? No, everybody good? Okay.
Okay, y'all, I'm so sorry. I am over here working. But the breathing is absolutely crazy. Okay, so how do you guys think it is going? Let me know. Let me know what you guys think. Thank you guys for riding it out with me this afternoon. Thank you so much for the memberships, Delilah. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is actually pretty crazy, guys. I think so too, guys. Remember, today is WTF Wednesday. So we will see y'all at 7 o'clock. I think so too. Do you guys think that Gaither is just a seed filler?
What you were just shown by Mr. Kokomo,
Yes, sir.
have you seen that entire posting before?
I've seen the photograph before.
How about the words underneath the posting, the words underneath the photograph?
I don't recall the exact words, but I have seen the actual photograph before.
Okay, I understand the photograph. Now,
Mhm.
have you also read the content that went with the photograph if you saw that as a posting?
And Your Honor, again, I object based on what I stated at the bench.
Do you mean ever? Can you ask that more
Sure.
specifically?
Sure. During your investigation, or tell us at any time, not today, have you seen and read that entire posting before? That's my question to you.
I don't recall what any of the captions stated for the picture, but I do recall seeing the picture before.
Okay, let's put aside the picture just for a moment.
Sir, I just answered that I don't recall the exact words of the captions, but I have seen that photograph posted to Mr. Thomas's Instagram page.
I understand it. Put aside the picture. Have you read, understand you don't have a verbatim memory, have you read that posting
Yeah.
that went along with the picture while during this investigation? That's my question.
Your Honor, number one, I object. The witness has stated that she's seen the photograph on Donovan Thomas's page. She has not seen the photograph in the context that was presented to
How
her.
do we know? This is inappropriate.
Sustained. You may re-ask the question. You overruled. You may answer that question if you know.
On your oath, have you seen the photograph that you already identified along with that posting, those words? That's my question. At any time during the investigation related to this case?
I have seen the photograph and I have seen a caption under the photograph. I do not recall what the caption actually stated.
Okay. What you read today from Mr. Kokomo, is that refresh your memory of what you previously saw or read?
It does not.
All right. Okay, let's go to back to the interview on August 5. You were told by Mr. Zachary that when people made statements to him about this murder and who was involved, Jeffrey had already left the condo. True?
Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Mr. Zachary told you during the interview that the jurors heard we watched together,
Hmm.
that you were present for, that when Mr. Zachary was supposedly told by people that they were involved in this homicide, Mr. Williams had already left his condominium.
I believe that may be true.
With regards to the bus tour shooting, it's April 26, 2015. Mr. Zachary told you that Jeffrey Williams was not involved in that bus tour shooting of the Lil Wayne bus tour, right?
He stated he was not there, yes.
Not there and didn't know about it until the next day.
Correct.
In fact, Mr. Zachary went further and said that Jeffrey Williams idolizes Dwayne Carter or Lil Wayne, right?
Yes.
When asked whether Jeffrey Williams is the leader of a criminal street gang, YSL, Mr. Zachary said, no, he is not, right?
I don't recall asking that or hearing that.
Let me show you. Give me 1 second. Your Honor, may I have a second?
You may.
It's wild, really wild. You did all this big bad.
Yeah. We're going to play from the same exhibit that's in evidence, Your Honor. The court's permission states 531Y. Mr. Kokomo is giving you the time. It's 263, it's Jeffrey Williams, 263G, as in Goldberg, and 26BH, as in happy. May Mr. Kokomo play it, Your Honor?
You may, he may.
Do you think that Thug ordered that? On murder against nothing? No. I told them they just trying to give the name. So there's like no sanctions. If some shit happens, and I'm from Chicago, so you know I know about gang life and all that stuff. So if there's something done without quote unquote permission from the higher ups, it ain't no kind of who said so the higher. I mean that's just what I heard.
He the trick. Who the boss then? Who run YSL?
He wouldn't even right when they started YSL.
Who started?
My brother and Slug. Taylor Slug. Yeah.
What about DK?
They did it, because they were around Thug. I'm telling you who started it. Taylor Slug and some, like 3 more of their friends that he loved Thug, so he told Thug what's going on, and Thug just ran with it.
Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
And in that section, that is Jeffrey Williams 263 G and H,
Mhm.
and there was a break in there. I apologize, but that was continuous, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's where Mr. Zachary is asked whether Jeffrey ordered the killing of Mr. Thomas, right?
Yes.
And his answer is no, right?
Yes.
And you explained, I'm from Chicago, and that you need permission from higher ups. I'm not quoting you, but something like that. And Mr. Zachary said, who said that his word is Thug? I call him Jeffrey, is the higher. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. And then you said, that's just what I heard. And then Mr. Zachary said, he's not the boss. He's not the higher. Something like that, right?
Well, Mr. Zachary went into who started it. Just because you don't start a gang doesn't mean you're not a leader.
Yeah, but Mr. Zachary also told you throughout this entire meeting with you that Jeffrey Williams was not involved in the killing of Donovan Thomas. In fact, he learned about it later, right?
Yes, he stated that.
And that Mr. Williams was not involved, as we just said, in the shooting of the Little Wayne bus tour, right?
Yes, he stated that.
And in fact, that Jeffrey Williams rented cars for a lot of people, right?
I don't recall a lot of people, those words.
Rented cars for others. Do you remember that conversation? The topic coming up?
Not renting cars for others, no.
Remember Mr. Zachary explaining that he and Mr. Copeland were in a rental car together?
Yes, and they spun out on the expressway.
And they got in the crash.
Mhm.
And Mr. Copeland was the last person Mr. Zachary saw with that car, the rental car. So I want to talk about the Infiniti.
No, that's not what he stated.
He didn't say that?
That's not what he stated, no, sir.
What did he say?
He stated that Mr. Williams gave the car to Nard, Shannon, Yak, and Doo-Wop, is what he stated.
He said that his manager rented the car, right?
Amina, yes.
And that he allowed others to drive the car, right?
And he went along to state the names, yes.
Okay. And also that he would let others use his cars. Did he not say that?
I don't specifically, that one part of it, no, I don't remember him saying that.
All right. The Sprinter van. Remember those Sprinter vans that we talked about?
Yes, sir.
And the Sprinter van, did you do any type of investigation or get any information when they were summoned, hired, rented?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you did know that Jeffrey Williams, Mr. Zachary told you, had performances in the state of Florida.
That's what he stated.
And that's why it was already
y'all like the live,
pre-planned to go to
subscribe.
Florida
Let's get the likes
around the
up.
10th of
Everybody like the
January,
live.
11th of
If you
January,
don't subscribe,
2015,
subscribe.
12th of January.
Thank you.
Right?
He never said anything about a pre-plan.
He didn't say that it was already, people were already going?
No, he stated Mr. Williams had a show or something, and then they all decided to go. It wasn't a pre-plan.
Okay. That Jeffrey Williams stopped associating with some of these people a short time after the killing of Donovan Thomas.
What's your question?
That's my question. That's what he told you.
No, I don't recall that.
You remember Mr. Zachary stating that Thug had stopped messing with everybody. You remember that? Do you remember that shortly after the murder? If you don't remember, it's fine.
He didn't say it in that context. Shortly after the murder, Thug stopped messing with everybody. That wasn't the context in what he said that in.
What do you believe the context is?
I mean, if you have the transcripts to refresh my memory, I can read them to you. but that was not the context of it.
Okay. Did Mr. Zachary tell you that he doesn't, by August 5, 2015, doesn't speak with Jeffrey Williams? You can't get in touch with him?
He stated that he hadn't seen him in a minute.
Up until you left the gang task force in March of 2016,
Yes, sir.
when was the last time Jeffrey Williams had any contact with Mr. Copeland, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
How about Mr. Zachary?
I don't know.
Mr. Garlington?
I don't know Mr. Jeffrey's contacts or speaking to anybody involved in this case.
There was a portion of this meeting with Mr. Zachary and you and Detective Dennis, and I believe Detective Thorpe, whereby Detective Dennis says something to the effect of YSL is a gang as well as something else. Do you know what he said?
No.
I'm going to play this and tell us if you can assist us, okay?
Sure.
Your Honor, this is states Jeffrey Williams, it states 531Y, same interview, Jeffrey Williams 263I. As in ice cream, it's 3/18/14 to 3/18/21.
So YSL is a gang, but it's also a clothing label, correct? Just for the record.
Do you know what he was saying, if you heard?
Now, can you play that again?
So YSL is a gang, but it's also a clothing label, correct? Just for the record.
I don't know what he said.
Now, I'd like to show you, with the state's permission and assistance, states 447Y. And tell me this is what I asked you earlier, that you introduced.
Mhm.
Tell me if this refreshes your memory. You remember this?
This a video?
Yes.
You can play it.
We can play it if you want, but do you remember seeing this before?
I don't recall if you play it. It's just at this point a screenshot. If you play it, I can tell you if I remember it or not.
Okay, play the first part of it if you don't mind.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, then get ready in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth. Fuck, nigga. Don't get it. Y'all nigga need to get fucking killed, bro. You snitching bitches. From me and YSL.
Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on there, we have in the background, Mr. Sledge speaking, right? You hear his voice?
I heard a voice, yes.
You don't recognize it, Mr. Sledge?
Not with 100% certainty, no.
Okay. Mr. Martinez Arnold's voice?
Not with 100% certainty.
All right. You see where it says repost WizApp?
No,
Should be on your screen. Center
it's
bottom.
not on it. Oh, now I can see it. Yeah, now I can see it.
Okay. And do you know what that means? Did you do any investigation into what that means?
What means?
Yeah.
What?
Repost WizApp.
I believe it's some type of app
Do you know what repost means?
to repost something on the social media, meaning
Did you ever do any investigation to determine the date or dates that this was previously posted?
no.
Do you know when State's Exhibit number 447Y was actually made?
I don't recall.
Do you know whether it was made before the Donovan Thomas shooting?
I don't recall the date when it was made or posted, reposted.
Did you do anything in your memory to find out and look into when was this actually created?
I had no reason to.
How come?
It's not against the law to make a video or repost it.
With regards to you're working with Detective Thorpe, homicide investigator Thorpe and the gang unit, including you, are both looking into the investigation into the killing, the shooting of Donovan Thomas and related matters. Fair?
To a certain extent.
And were you kept abreast at times of what Detective Thorpe was doing on the case?
Not all the time, no.
Okay. Did you at times keep Detective Thorpe abreast of what you were doing on the case?
If it was something that I felt was pertinent to his investigation, yes, I would tell him if we found out
Were you?
new inform.
Go ahead.
If we found out new information that I felt would help him, yes, I would tell him.
Did you, were you aware at and around October 20th, 2015, until the day that you left the gang unit,
Hmm.
that Detective Thorpe swore out warrants for Kenneth Copeland for the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Was I aware the day?
Relevance.
No.
Overruled.
The day that he did it? No.
Were you aware of it at a time before you left the gang unit?
At some point, I did know.
One
It
more time.
wasn't. At some point, I did find out that he
Okay.
obtained warrants.
All right. And when you spoke with and you interviewed Kenneth Copeland several times, right?
Yes.
And also you looked into his criminal conduct, fair to say? You investigated him, right?
In regards to what?
Anything.
If it was criminal activity or
Criminal activity.
Your Honor, I object as to vagueness.
I'll be specific. You went to his house on June 10, 2015 and arrested him along with other agents.
Yes.
And those agents also were FBI, that's wrong, ATF agents, federal agents, right?
Correct.
And you located, with permission, in the car outside his home and Miss Gordman's home, you found some electronic devices, computers, stolen identification, things like that, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Is there relevance to that?
Yes.
Okay, we'll see. Overruled for now.
Yes.
And that rental car, it was a rental car that these items were found in, right?
I don't recall if it was a rental or not.
Do you remember Miss Quarterman's mother rented the car?
I just stated I don't recall if it was a rental car or not.
Do you remember testifying in this trial previously and watching a video?
Of what?
Maybe you didn't watch the video. Do you remember testifying previously? Or did you ever tell Kenneth Copeland, you can get Miss Quarterman's mother in trouble because she rented that car and there's stolen items in the car? Do you remember that conversation?
I don't. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but at this moment, I don't remember that it was a rental car.
All right. Now, do you remember going back to the August 5, 2015 interview with Mr. Zachary, that he explained that there was a video posted on social media of Mr. Sledge or Muntunk and Mr. Zachary, and it was made threatening Mr. Kelvin Watts, or Shellkel, do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember Mr. Zachary explaining that that was all about trivia?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember Mr. Zachary denying being slime? Remember that conversation taking place?
Yes.
And he saying that there are no rules or loyalty to slime? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember that Mr. Copeland, according to Mr. Zachary, same August 5, 2015, Mr. Copeland and Mr. Sledge or Muntunk shot Mr. Watts or Kelvin Watts on MLK? Remember him telling you that?
Yes.
And do you remember that Mr. Zachary shared with you that Mr. Copeland shot at the TGI studios?
Yes.
And do you remember that Mr. Kelvin Watts or Shellkel Mr. Zachary explained, was shot twice, first by Mr. Sledge and then by Mr. Sledge and Mr. Copeland. Do you remember that?
That he was shot twice, meaning two separate incidents?
I'm going to do two separate incidents. Yes, he was shot. Mr. Kelvin Watts or Shellkel was shot first by Mr. Sledge and Mr. Copeland. Do you remember him saying that? Mr. Zachary saying that?
I don't remember him saying two separate incidents. I remember him saying he was shot on Martin Luther King, but not shot at first and then a second incident.
Do you remember a second time Mr. Kelvin Watts was shot at by Trevante? Remember Mr. Zachary telling you that?
Okay, yeah.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Now, you stated earlier that, the way I understood it, it would be bad form to allow potential witnesses to get together and speak before law enforcement officers spoke with them. Do you remember something like that?
Bad form? What do you mean bad form?
It's bad procedure. The witnesses can taint each other if they get together.
Yes, I believe that to be true.
And that's why at times when police come onto a scene, they try to separate, if they can, witnesses. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Because you want the most pure statement from each witness and not some sort of, even innocently, tampering or tainting of witnesses. Before
Correct, the independent recollection of the incident.
Now, in this case, do you remember on June 10th, 2015, explaining to Mr. Copeland that you and your coworkers needed to corroborate, that's a bad word though, but needed to find whether there was information to support what he was saying about other people? Do you remember having those conversations with him?
Yes.
And do you remember Mr. Copeland saying Mr. Garlington would be a good source of corroboration? Do you remember something like that?
Yes.
And do you remember Detective Thorpe, your coworker, APD homicide, lead homicide detective on this matter, being present with you and Detective Dennis during this time of that interview?
I'm not saying he wasn't, but I don't recall.
Do you remember it being discussed where Detective Thorpe, in your presence, and Detective Dennis explained that he would allow Mr. Copeland and Mr. Garlington to speak on a non-recorded line before Mr. Garlington spoke to the police?
This is what Investigator Thorpe said? No, I don't recall that.
Okay. This is already in evidence. Kokomo, do you have this? Do you have this? I need the number. You want to have one moment?
Sure.
It's at pages, I have. You know, I can have one moment. Mr. Kokomo is pulling it up. Can't find it? I'll go on to something else while you find it. Your Honor, can I go on to something else while
Sure.
Mr. Kokomo is doing that? Okay. I want to continue on with June 10th, 2015 interview between you and Mr. Copeland and others, other investigators. Do you remember from the McDonald's, Mr. Copeland's explained that he's at the McDonald's shortly after the murder? I'm not 8 o'clock, but I'm not sticking to that time, but something like that, on January 10th, 2015.
Yes.
And do you remember him explaining that he's in a car with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Demise McMullen, or Nard?
Yes.
And he is following Mr. Slade, no, that's wrong, Mr. O.G. Bentley or Kelvin Treadwell's car to Jeffrey Williams' Sky House condo. Do you remember that?
I don't remember him stating he was following someone.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, can I break your thought? Mr. Kokomo, can I break your thought? Your Honor, this is already in evidence. It states 278YE as in Aaron, and this is Jeffrey Williams 240II, and this is 9:58:14 a.m. to 9:58:46 a.m. II.
These stocks are good. So we don't get on the spell with it. Boom. Where are they following y'all? Nah, they told us to follow them. Okay, so y'all follow them. Yeah, but when you told me, hell no, I ain't gonna follow them. But I had to get in and get out of cover. I'm trying to keep these, trying to see what the hell going on. Boom. So we followed them to the drug house. They stayed downtown on the Sky House. You heard that? I followed them down there. So I followed them down there. I see door to get up. So now I got covered.
Were you able to understand that?
Yeah, I remember this in the video.
Okay. And is it accurate to say, I'm not saying it's accurate in life, but is it accurate to say Mr. Copeland told you that he was following Mr. O.G. Bentley's car to the Sky House where Jeffrey Williams lives?
He said them. I don't remember him saying O.G. Bentley or Bentley's name.
Okay. Let's do this one then. It might put in context. Your Honor, it's the same States Exhibit 278YE. This is Jeffrey Williams 240JJ. The times are 2:57:47 to 2:57:58 p.m.
When did Bentley pull up? But you didn't say Bentley's name. Yeah, he was driving the white truck. He the one took them to the Sky House. I been there. Okay. So they called Bentley.
Were you able to understand that?
This was two separate times of the interview.
Correct. You're saying that this is not from the McDonald's to the Sky House?
So I don't know where you're going with this. I'm kind of confused. You're showing two different clips with two different contexts.
Well, if you don't remember, that's fine.
I just stated I'm confused because this is two separate clips from two totally separate parts of the interview.
Sure. Sure. But does this help you to help the jury that Mr. Copeland told you that he followed Mr. O.G. Bentley or Kelvin Treadwell to Jeffrey's home from the McDonald's. If it doesn't help, you just say, doesn't.
Sir, we all just heard him just say that, but in the context that you're putting it in, it's a little confusing because this is two separate parts of the interview.
Well, from your knowledge of the interview and this case, is that what Mr. Copeland said?
That's what he just stated on there, yes.
Okay. Then I want to go back to the original question I asked
It's
about
horrible.
the allowing Mr. Copeland to speak with Mr. Garlington on a non-recorded line, okay?
I don't believe I stated.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Judge. May we approach briefly, please?
Yes. Bathroom now? Yes. All right. Yes, Mr. Ross.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask you to address the witness and speak to the witness, and also, quite frankly, to speak to the DA as well. Because of the way everyone is positioned, they're obviously closer to the jury than anybody else. Their microphones are live, and what they say can be picked up on a microphone. A couple of times.
Sorry, who? What the state says at their table?
And what the witness is saying. And there have been at least 3 occasions where the witness has either before or after a question muttered something and said something into the microphone that can be picked up.
Well, I certainly haven't heard it. I can barely hear the answers.
I am not the only one who's heard it. At that last exchange, I heard her say something, I couldn't make out what she said, into the microphone. I guess she was frustrated after the question, and it's being picked up by the microphone. And if I can hear her muttering over here, whatever she's saying can be heard to the jury, and it's just inappropriate. I think it's simple enough to tell her to not make any extraneous comments that can possibly be picked up by the jury. Same thing for the state. And we've actually addressed this before prior to this court's involvement in the case, where there have been times where the state, either out of frustration or who knows why they're doing it, says something, or they're making faces and they're saying something that can be picked up by the microphone. And because they're that close to the jury, I'm sure the jury can hear it too. So I'm just asking, as I've asked before, and as they have been told before, to be mindful of the things that they say and the fact that it can be picked up by the jury.
I can't say that I heard this because I was in the middle of everything, but I've been told by multiple sources that once my cross-examination was finished and Mr. Steele was going to begin, the witness said horrible.
Horrible?
Horrible.
What? Okay.
And she's
well,
sitting
you know
right
what?
next to the jury.
If the witness and or the state is saying things like that and the jury hears them, I cannot imagine that reflects well on either of them.
Your Honor, I have to say, I would ask that presumptions based on assertions by counsel for opposing for the defendants not be taken as true and then spoken as if they are by this honorable court, because I have no idea what Mr. Adams is talking about. I have not heard any mutterings. I don't know what Mr. Shard is talking about. The state does not have the luxury to sit here and say what it believes someone from the defense is doing without it being cut off quickly. So I'd ask that the court not act on what is being asserted by counsel for the defendants as we stop these proceedings to address something nobody heard, but apparently Mr.
Well,
Adams
Fortunately,
and Mr.
this-
Sharp.
Which is if a witness wants to present themselves in that way in front of the jury, that is a reflection on that witness, and the jury can evaluate that. So no, I'm not going to advise her or any other witness one way or, well, depends on what they say. And I didn't actually hear anything, but no, if she wants to make derogatory comments, then that is a poor reflection on her. And the jury, if they heard it, will notice it. And to the extent, I mean, I haven't, was that basically just about this witness
It was about the witness and about the prosecution. And let's be
who's
clear.
doing this, or you believe is doing something like this right now?
Yes, and who has done it before? I'm not just saying that. The court has addressed it before because it's happened before. So we're not making this up. She was admonished previously by the prior court to stop doing that.
And you're saying she's doing it again, and it is making faces and or comments.
Making faces, making comments. It can be picked up by the microphone. These mics are live. And as Mr. Shard pointed out, luckily, this trial is being televised and live streamed.
I don't know why that's lucky, because the jury is not going to watch the live stream.
I'm not talking about I'm saying
I mean, the jury is the one deciding this case.
the person making the complaint about the behavior is the defendants. And I'm in support of what I'm saying. I'm telling you that we are not the only ones who have noticed this. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well,
Your Honor, and I would ask, I have asked that the microphone not be close to counsel's table over here behind, so that
which microphone are y'all even talking about?
anyone that can pick up conversation at state's table, because I'm not trying to have our
No, it shouldn't be. You all,
That's-
any attorneys ought to be able to talk to each other at their table privately without anything being picked up. So I don't know if that means y'all want to turn off your mic, because we're in a big awkward courtroom where nobody can hear anybody sometimes, but then apparently people can hear mutterings under the breath other times. So
we have it off. I've unhooked this, even though it was off. I don't want anything said at counsel table heard,
all right.
period.
And then I don't know what the situation is with the mics that are on the back table, whether those are off.
No.
They're off.
Okay.
Sometimes what we learned the last time, if that mic is on,
That mic being the podium mic, which has to be on.
so we have to be more conscious. Sometimes the podium mic can pick up our conversations because we're closest to.
Mr. Maurice has something to add, and maybe he knows because he's a media guy.
Y'all not picking up her conversations. You can hear a witness. She's left a couple remarks towards the end of her.
Y'all, I guess because y'all are plugged straight into the system, y'all get to hear way more than we get to through the ambient air.
But we're not picking up any of their conversations.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, I wish we could hear as well as the live stream apparently can, but there's nothing that can be done about that. All right. Anybody need to use the restroom while we're on a break? Go ahead and do that now. And do we, I mean, it doesn't matter, I guess, but do we think we'll get through this witness today? Are there going to be other defense attorneys with cross? And then is there going to be redirect? I guess we'll just see what happens, but.
To answer your question, at this point, no.
Okay.
Why she just can't say no? Why she got to say to answer your question at this point? Why she can't just yes or no? Why it always, ooh, child. Come on. Let's rewind it. Let's see if we can find it.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay. Are there other defense attorneys who have questions for this witness? All right.
Afterwards, correct?
I can.
And um, Investigator
Not
Dennis
only
says
did we
these
hear it,
next couple
it's
of
in the
hours will determine the
transcribed.
rest of
Watch
your
that.
life, correct?
Yes.
And then, of course, Mr. Zachary asks, can you release me on house arrest, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. I hate the okay.
And during that interview on August 5th, 2015, you told Mr. Zachary, I'm going to get on the phone with the DA ASAP. You have my word, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Are there other defense attorneys who have questions for this witness? All right.
Horrible.
Right there. Horrible. This lady's crazy. Like the live, guys. I've been over here working and kicking it with y'all today. Are y'all ready, y'all? That's gonna be another clip that we gotta put on WTF Wednesday. Hi, y'all. Like the live. Subscribe. Hold on, y'all gotta take this call.
Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Kelvin Treadwell or OG Bentley, you remember being told that he took guns that were used in this killing?
Yes.
And do you have anything to corroborate that OG Bentley or Kelvin Treadwell took guns that were involved in this killing?
No, other than what Mr. Zachary said, no.
And with regards to Kelvin Treadwell or OG Bentley, if you know through your investigation, did he have a child with Donovan Thomas's sister?
That's what I heard.
And did he have a second child with Donovan Thomas's sister a year plus after the death, God forbid, of Donovan Thomas?
I don't know.
I want to go back to Florida, January 11th, 12th, 13th, that time range, shortly after, the days after and the weeks maybe after Mr. Thomas, God forbid, was the victim of this homicide. And I want you to lock in on that, okay? Tell the jury through your investigation where Jeffrey Williams was staying in the state of Florida while he was working.
I was not the lead investigator on Donovan Thomas's homicide, so therefore I would not be able to answer that.
You or your teammates, tell the jurors where he was staying, that information.
I don't know.
I can't hear you.
I don't know.
Was Jeffrey Williams, do you have any information, Jeffrey Williams was staying in the state of Florida in the same location as Kenneth Copeland?
I don't have any information that Jeffrey Williams was even in Florida, confirmed information that he was even there.
Did you ever, the cell phone records you got at Jeffrey Williams' phone?
I did not get cell phone records for Jeffrey Williams' phone.
Did your partners get cell phone records for Jeffrey Williams' phone?
I can't speak what anybody else did. I did not get records for Mr. Williams' phone.
Did you ever plot, you, maybe not, but your coworkers, Jeffrey Williams' phone going to Florida?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. The witness has been asked and answered multiple times and has stated she does not know of any records or does not know of Mr. Williams' whereabouts. Asked and answered is the objection.
Sustained.
Do you know where Kenneth Copeland was staying in the state of Florida?
I don't.
How about any of the other people? We could list them singularly or collectively. Demise McMullen.
I don't know where any member of YSL was staying while they were in Florida
How
in
about
January 2015.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I interrupted.
No, I'm not finished.
Okay.
Did you get that, man?
What was Jeffrey Williams' schedule on the 11th of January 2015, the 12th, the 13th, the 14th, the 15th, the 16th, the 17th, et cetera?
I don't know.
Did you ever look into that?
No.
Did you ever speak with Jeffrey Williams' manager?
No.
Did you ever speak with his lawyers?
I had no reason.
I'm talking about business lawyers.
I had no reason.
Did you ever speak with the accountants?
I had no reason.
You went through Jeffrey Williams' financial records, correct?
No.
You never did that?
I never did that.
Did you have somebody do that?
I didn't have anyone look into any financial records for Mr. Williams.
Did you get his financial records? You or a member of your team?
I can't speak for what anyone else did.
To your knowledge.
I don't know. I did not, sir.
How much contact through your investigation did Jeffrey Williams have with Kenneth Copeland or Mr. Zachary or Demise McMullen or any of these other people that you're talking about?
Which investigation? There were, I believe, 28 of them.
January 10th, 2015, January 11th, up till when you left the office.
I was not the primary investigator on the January 10th murder of Donovan Thomas. That was Investigator Thorpe.
Right. We got
So I did not receive any phone records or anything regarding Mr. Williams and who he contacted.
I believe I asked you, and just tell me if I got this inaccurate, but I believe I asked you the night that Donovan Thomas was killed, and you're speaking with Mr. Zachary when he's at Jeffrey Williams' home, whether when people were allegedly saying what they knew or supposed involvement on the killing of Donovan Thomas, whether Jeffrey Williams was already gone from his Sky House. Remember those questions I asked you?
Yes, I believe you already asked me that.
And I have that you didn't answer that. Was he already gone according to Mr. Zachary?
I believe I did answer that.
And am I correct? He already left according to Mr. Zachary, when those conversations were occurring?
I believe that was asked and answered, and I believe that the video is the best evidence. So objection.
All right, I can't really hear you without the mic. Sorry.
I believe that I object, asked and answered, best evidence. Asked and answered just a moment ago.
I don't think it was answered.
Go ahead.
The actual question. Is it true that Mr. Zachary said Jeffrey Williams was already gone from his apartment?
I believe I stated I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. Do you remember the April 26, 2015 tour bus shooting incident I'm talking about, okay? Do you remember during this interview with Mr. Zachary that Detective Dennis, you and Mr. Zachary were talking about whether Jeffrey Williams was called on FaceTime during that night?
Yes.
And do you remember Mr. Zachary saying that Jeffrey Williams did not answer?
Yes.
Do you remember Mr. Zachary explaining that Jeffrey Williams looks up to Lil Wayne or Dwayne Carter, the performer?
I believe you already asked me that.
And it's the answer yes?
I've already answered that, sir.
Yes?
Okay, so you answer the question unless there's an objection, and
Your Honor, there is.
it's not up to you to decide what to answer and what not to. Yes, ma'am.
The objection was asked, answered, and just before we went on break, and best evidence, it was also played in the video.
Sustained.
Your Honor, thank you very much.
Okay. Any questions from any of the other defense attorneys? Nope, nope, nope. Okay. Is there redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Sergeant Gaither, thank you. Is she released now, or are we going to see her back again too? All right, thank you. We can probably get a little more testimony in. Can you call your next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls FBI agent James Burney to the stand.
Okay.
I do. Yep, my name is James, James, last name Burney, Berni.
Good afternoon, Agent Burney. How are you doing?
Hey, good afternoon.
Can you tell the jury where you are employed?
Yep, I'm a special agent with the FBI.
And what in the FBI do you do?
Yeah, I'm currently assigned to the FBI's CAST team, CAST.
What is the FBI's CAST team? What does that stand for?
So CAST, which stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team. It's a team stood up by the FBI in 2009 after the FBI noticed an increased use of cell phone records in criminal trials. So CAST team members like myself specialize in both active and historic cell phone mapping and tracking.
Now, Agent Burney, taking a step back, how did you get to work, like before joining the Bureau? How did you end up working for the FBI's CAST team? What is your background?
Yeah, so I've been in the Bureau 17 years. Prior to the Bureau, I spent 10 years active duty in the United States Army. The last 6 years of that, I worked at the National Security Agency, or NSA, where my job was to track Department of Defense high-value targets in Iraq and Afghanistan using their communication devices like cell phones and satellite phones.
Now, when you were in the Army, were you enlisted or officer side?
Well, I did a little bit of both. I was enlisted for several years before college, but I worked at doing intelligence work as an officer after college.
And what is, as they call it, your MOS or position within the Army? What was the branch that you were a part of?
Yeah, so I spent, again, 10 years as active duty Army. The first 4 years was as an armor officer doing tanks, tank platoon leader, tank company XO. And then the last 6 years was military intelligence. And that's where I got involved and started working at the National Security Agency.
Is there any relevant training that you utilize in present day in your capacity that you learned in your time as a signals intelligence officer within the United States Army?
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, I tracked cell phones in combat areas of Iraq and Afghanistan. And we use a lot of the same techniques and basically a lot of the same information about how radio waves move and through space and that kind of stuff. So a lot of similar training back in the day in the Army as well.
Now, Agent Bernie, what is your educational background?
So I have a criminal justice degree from Auburn University in Auburn, Alabama.
When was it? So what year was it that you began working with the Bureau?
I began with the Bureau in 2007.
And I wanted to ask, when did you specifically become a part of the FBI's CAS team specifically? What year?
Yeah, so I started doing cell phone analysis stuff in 2015 and became certified as a member of the FBI CAS team in 2016.
Can you describe for the jury, what is the FBI CAS team's mission for that unit within the Bureau?
Yeah, so we have several pieces of our mission. Our biggest piece is we provide exigent cell phone analysis in big cases. So every Amber Alert, missing kid, kidnapping in the state of Georgia and parts of Alabama and the panhandle of Florida, I'm involved in all of those. We also do, emergencies for fugitives, those kinds of things, any kind of cell phone analysis pieces. We also have the mission to help support other state, federal law enforcement agencies with cell phone analysis. And that's what I did in this case. So basically review of cell phone records, historical cell phone records, so records in the past, and apply them and analyze them at certain dates and times of interest.
Now, what you had mentioned, cellular analysis that you do as part of the CAS team. Can you just describe that a little more for the jury? What does that mean?
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, so by law, all cell phone providers, when I say cell phone providers, I'm talking like T-Mobile, Sprint, AT&T. By law, they all have to keep records of every mobile device on their network. And they do this in what's called CDRs, or call detail records for short. Think of the CDR like as the old school phone bill when we get like a paper copy back in the day, right? I have our number, the other number we called, the date and time of that call, the duration, was it 60 seconds, 30 seconds? But in addition to that information, there's other information that's useful to both the provider and to law enforcement. And that is the cell phone tower and sector or side of the tower that was used for each call, text, or potential data session. So In addition to those records, all the service providers also have to keep a list of every cell phone tower that they have in their network. Meaning, hey, if we're looking for T-Mobile Tower 123, T-Mobile has to be able to locate and tell you, hey, T-Mobile Tower 123 is located at this street address or this specific latitude, longitude spot on the Earth. And then it also contains the makeup of each antenna, meaning, hey, T-Mobile Tower 123 is located at this spot. Sector number 1 or side number 1 points in this general direction. Side number 2 in this one and side number 3 in that one. So basically, the cell phone analysis we do, called historical call detail analysis, is taking the call detail records when an activity occurred by looking at basically their phone bill plus the tower information, putting that together with the tower information, where the tower is located. By putting those two things together, we can get a general area of where a cell phone was when it had an activity, like a call or a text message on the network.
Now, Agent Bernie, how many members are there within the CAS team?
So I think currently certified members, we have about 80 something. There's about 20 full-time members like myself. So this is all I do every day since 2019 is review cell phone records and work exigent cases.
And are you assigned to a specific region within the country?
I am. CAS is broken up into 3 different regions. I'm in the southern region with basically my area being Georgia, parts of about half of Alabama, and then the panhandle of Florida.
Are CAS agents always pulled directly from other units within the Bureau? Or are they hired directly to FBI's CAS team?
Oh, no. So everyone within the CAS program is a special agent and came into the FBI as a special agent, meaning, basically the FBI's detectives, right? So we do the investigation, the field investigations of all cases. So prior to coming into the FBI CAS program, we're looking for agents that have, worked in the Bureau for a while and have a background in investigations.
Why is that important to have a background in investigations when working as a CAS agent?
I think it's important because, again, we're looking at the cell phone pieces, but at the same time, it's important to know how a case is put together because we've put together cases. I worked basically 10 years, almost 10 years as an investigator before getting into the CAS program. So it helps you be able to analyze the records and be able to help put cases together.
Now, can you explain to the jury what type of training do you need to become a CAS agent to start with?
Yeah, so to get certified, we have about 400 hours of training from both private and government contractors. So we go through everything from radio wave theory, how does a radio wave move through space? We also get training directly from the cell phone manufacturers. So Apple, Samsung, LG, they come in and talk to us about how their devices operate. But probably the best training we receive and most useful training is from the cell phone service providers, meaning T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T, what used to be Sprint, right? They all come in and teach us, hey, from the time you hit the green button to place a call until you end that call, how is the phone call routed through their network? How is that routed call then show up in your cell phone records? And how would we use those records to then show where a device was in a general area of where a device was when it had an activity like a call or a text message?
How often do those cell phone providers train CAS agents?
Yeah, so we have that training in the initial portion, right, as part of our 400 hours. But then again, every year, all the CAS team members get together for recertification. So we get recertified in some gear, and we also, again, bring in all the providers, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, every year to teach us what's changed in their network. Hey, when's 3G going away? When's 5G voice going to be everywhere, right? are there any changes in their record? So that way, when we do our analysis and we're working cases of missing kids, we have the most up-to-date information. That way, when I do my analysis and then I come testify like I'm doing today in trial, I have the most up-to-date information directly from T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T.
And when you say get recertified on the latest gear, is that just different types, or what is that?
Yeah, so that's just different kinds of gear we may have, like drive testing gear that can actually map the footprint of a cell phone tower, or make sure that some of our mapping software everyone still has licenses for, and those kinds of things.
In your time as a cast agent, how many investigations, roughly speaking, have you worked that involve some type of historical cell site analysis?
Yeah, so again, reviewing cell phone records and doing cell phone analysis has been my full-time job since 2019. So I've looked through probably 1,000 records, if not more, and in probably several hundred different cases. Some cases have multiple phones, right? So in that kind of case, I could look through 10 records for one case. So probably, if I had to guess, between maybe right around 200 cases, but again, probably looked at records over 1,000 times.
Now, Agent Burney, have you yourself ever given any training to other law enforcement personnel, either inside or outside the FBI, on cell site analysis?
I have, yeah. So I teach a CAST basic course, which is the basic introduction to cell phone analysis, what records are available, how to get them, and then how to basically map them. And we teach that to local law enforcement, other federal partners. I probably taught the basic course maybe 15 to 18 different times in, I think, like 6 different states. I've also conducted some overseas training, been to London, England to do some training, Caribbean, some parts of Central America, Mexico, and I even did some training, worked a case in the Ukraine prior to the war.
And Agent Burney, in general, what type of cases have you worked as a member of the CAST team regarding cell site analysis in terms of cases within the FBI?
Yeah, so worked all kinds of cases, everything from kidnappings, runaways, homicides, drug cases, any type of case that you need to determine the location of the device. We can use this type of investigative technique. This week, where several CAST team members, including myself, have been using this technique to locate missing people from the hurricane that just came through, right? A lot of loved ones still missing. We have their phone numbers. We go get cell phone records and try and locate those individuals based on cell phone records. So any type of case that you need to locate a device, you can use this technique.
Agent Burney, do you ever assist law enforcement agencies outside of the FBI?
Oh, yes. I would say probably 80% of my work is agencies outside of the FBI. A lot of state and local agencies, both with active investigations that are ongoing, or historical stuff. And again, a lot of those can be criminal. I just worked a case, I say maybe 8 months ago or so, of a suicidal kid who had a bunch of pills, was in the woods, called his parents and said, "Hey, I can't take it anymore. I have all these pills." So we were able to use this technique to be able to locate that individual prior to him taking pills. So again, we can work any kind of investigation that's needed.
How does that process work? How do you end up working on an investigation from a local or state agency?
Yeah, so they just request assistance through the FBI for the FBI's CAST team. Again, the FBI is in a unique position that it can have individuals that specialize in this. A lot of small departments don't have either the money or the manpower to dedicate to it, but the FBI is in a unique position in which it does. And so that's why the CAST unit is there, to provide assistance to not only internal FBI cases, but also any state, local cases as well.
Now, with the cases you've worked on as a member of the CAST team, have you ever cleared or exonerated a suspect in those investigations you've worked?
I have, yes. So it's quite often that I'll partner with another agency, be it, Montgomery, Alabama Police Department. They'll, have a murder, get some records, interview a suspect, and then send me the records and say, hey, our suspect says that he was in Florida at the time of the homicide. It's quite often that we review records and are able to shore up the alibi for that potential person, and therefore eliminating them as potential suspects.
Now, based on your training and experience, is cellular telephone records reliable to utilize?
It is, for a couple different reasons. One, think of, hey, this is a multi-billion-dollar industry, right? We pay a lot of money for our phones, and we pay a lot of money for our plans of our phones every month. So if we're not happy with AT&T, we'll just switch to Verizon or T-Mobile, right? Well, the companies know this, so they use these records because they're business records. They use these records every day to optimize their network. They want to know, where are people making calls from? Are there dropped calls in a certain area? Are there lots of calls in another area? Do I need to add a tower or a sector or those kinds of things? So they use these records every day to optimize their network, to make sure it's running the way it needs to run. The second thing is, if you think of the late 80s, early 90s, when cell phones first became popular, right? We paid for our plans in two different ways. One is we would buy like a 300-minute plan, right? You had 300 minutes for the month. And if you went over 300 minutes, you went to 301, they charged you 25 cents extra each minute after that. Well, they had to accurately keep track of every call you made, how long those calls were, so that they could accurately bill you if you went over 301, because we all know they're getting their money. The second thing is at the time, we had our home network and then roaming charges, right? So if you lived in Atlanta and you took your family to vacation in Florida, you were considered roaming at the time because you weren't in your home network area. So they charged you extra to use towers outside of your main area. Well, in order to do that, they had to accurately keep track of every cell phone tower that you used so that they could charge you extra when you went outside. Now, we no longer pay for our plans that way, right? We now have unlimited minutes, and you can take your phone anywhere you want in the US. But we all know that information is power. So they've never stopped recording all of that information on all the calls you make and all the towers that you use, because they have to. It's on their call detail records.
Now, Agent Bernie, have you ever been qualified and tendered as an expert at trial before?
I have.
What were you tendered as an expert in?
Historical call detail analysis.
And how many times have you testified after being tendered as an expert in that field?
I think I've testified about 85, 86 times in 9 different states.
And when you testified, did you present the cellular analysis that you conducted for those respective cases in that trial?
I did.
And what methodology in general did you use when you testified at those trials?
Yeah, so again, the methodology is what we call historical call detail analysis. So taking the CDRs, the phone bill with the tower information, putting that together with the tower list, where calls are. So you have when calls are from the CDR, where calls are from the tower list. By putting those two things together, you can get a general area of where a phone was when it had an activity. So that's the methodology used.
And is the analysis that you used peer-reviewed before testifying in trial related to the cellular analysis investigations that you conducted?
It is. So the peer review is basically I create an analysis based on information and records sent to me from law enforcement. I then create a draft, send that draft to, in this case, the Fulton County's District Attorney's Office to make sure we have, all the phones analyzed we need, we have all the time periods we need. And then when that report is covers everything we need, that report gets sent to another CAST certified individual who basically uses the records, creates their own report, verifies their report and my report are exactly the same. And then we finalize my report prior to showing it in trial.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tenders Special Agent Burney as an expert in historical cell site data analysis, cellular phone technology, and cellular device location information.
No objection, behalf of Mr. Williams.
All right, he is so qualified and may testify as an expert in each of those areas.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Agent Burney, what is phone toll analysis?
So phone toll analysis is reviewing the cell phone records for basically who called who, what days, and what times. So that does not include like the towers and sectors for the location portion. So for toll analysis, we're just looking at who called who, what days and times did those calls or text messages occur.
Did you ever perform phone toll analysis for the January 10th, 2015 murder of Donovan Thomas?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury how you, in general, conduct that?
Yeah, so I was asked, basically given a list of phone numbers and associated users for those phone numbers and asked, hey, can you tell us when these associated numbers talk to each other on January 10th and into January 11th of 2015. So I reviewed call detail records for each of those numbers and then saw, hey, when they called this other known or associated number, pulled that out and date and time. So I made a list of every time any associated or known number I was asked to review called another one of those same pool of known or associated numbers.
Your Honor, at this time, pursuant to certified business record exception, the state wanted to tender into evidence 523 Yankee, 523 Yankee Alpha, and 523 Yankee Romeo, with Romeo being the business record certification.
All right, those are admitted.
Now, yes, sir. Oh, yes. And Your Honor, I have a exhibit list that I meant to pass out before starting that. I'll briefly make sure everyone, including the court.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, yes. Yes. Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with what's marked as 525 Yankee. Sorry, my apologies, Your Honor. It's 533 Yankee.
Okay.
So, Agent Bernie, Your Honor, I'm remarking for some exhibits that came in today. This will be 533 Yankee, but I wanted to show Agent Bernie, hand him this to look at it.
Okay.
Agent Bernie, can you take a look at that and just look up at me when you are ready? Thank you. And Agent Bernie, for the record, I'm going to put this 533 Yankee sticker on there. Thank you. What is 533 Yankee that I just handed you?
So this is a copy of the toll analysis that I did for the January 10th, 2015 incident.
And is it fair and accurate depiction of the toll analysis that you conducted for this case?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender into evidence 533 Yankee at this time.
It's admitted.
Now, Agent Bernie, before coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review some physical boards?
I did.
Agent Bernie, I'm going to set these here. And one sec. Were the Your Honor, just for the record, 533 Yankee Alpha through Juliet is what is next to the witness, which are physical items. Agent Bernie, were you able, and can you briefly review to confirm if you recognize those items without the members of the jury seeing them yet until they're admitted? And I can assist you if need be. Do you recognize those, Agent Bernie?
I do.
And are those, or what are those?
Yeah, those are basically just larger blow-ups of my toll analysis that I put together. So what I have is on a spreadsheet, which may be hard to view. So this is just a easier way to view the same information that's on my toll analysis.
And will 533 Yankee Alpha through Juliet aid your testimony to this jury?
It will.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 533 Yankee Alpha through 533 Yankee Juliet as a demonstrative aid.
All right, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, may I briefly approach the court?
You may.
So, Agent Bernie, can you pull up 533 Yankee before you?
And Your Honor, I'm going to publish 533 Yankee. Now, Agent Bernie, can you see 533 Yankee
I can.
on the screen? Can you briefly, or can you tell the jury what numbers did you conduct toll analysis on for this?
Yep. So as you can see on the right-hand side, the phone numbers associated there, there's 1, 2, oh. 12 different numbers that I was asked to basically review calls in between those numbers on this date.
Now, Agent Bernie, I wanted to put up before you 533 Yankee Bravo. Actually, 533 Yankee Alpha, Your Honor. And Agent Bernie, is 533 Yankee Alpha inclusive of the numbers that you conducted a toll analysis for?
So on that sheet, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 numbers. So I compared a total of 12 numbers that you see on the top right-hand corner up there, or yeah.
And Agent Bernie, can you briefly go through just the last 4 and the name associated with the numbers that you conducted toll analysis on?
Yep. So I looked at the 1990 number associated with Dolly Greer, the 9220 associated with Brian Williams, the 9596 number associated with Jeffrey Williams, the 6080 associated with Demise McMullen, 5726 Quindarius Zachary, a 3904 number also associated with Jeffrey Williams, the 8008 Javaris Bradford number, 3145 number associated with Justin Cobb, and then a 2643 associated with Kelvin Treadwell, 8935 associated with Antonio Sledge, a 5991 number associated with Kenneth Copeland, and then an 8553 number just associated with YSL Enterprises.
Now, Your Honor, I'm going to, I have a paper copy of what those physical boards depict that I'm going to mark this as 533 Yankee Kilo. If any defense counsel wants to see this, they may. It encompasses what 533 Yankee Alpha through Juliet contains. Of course. Now, Agent Bernie, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as 533 Yankee Kilo. Can you just flip through that and just look up at me when you are ready? Does that, or what is that?
So again, this is my toll analysis that I conducted on Exhibit 533 Yankee into a more digestible version that's easier as an exhibit.
And is that the same, or is that identical to the physical boards that are standing next to you right now?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender as a demonstrative aid 533 Yankee Kilo into evidence at this time.
Okay, that's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And the state's going to publish 533 Yankee Kilo. And Your Honor, I'm also going to place before the jury 533 Yankee Bravo. Agent Bernie, if you need to stand, or are you able to see 533 Yankee Bravo?
I can.
Agent Bernie, I'm going to give you
Fancy.
trusted control of that labor pointer. If you could use that while we're walking through that, that would be greatly appreciated. So, what was the time frame that you used to conduct this toll analysis?
So I was asked to take a look at and put this toll analysis together for times after 7:28, roughly 7:25, I think actually was the exact time, 7:25 and later on January 10th of 2015.
And very briefly, Agent Bernie, I am going to publish what has already been admitted as 2 Yankee. Agent Bernie, can you see 2 Yankee on the screen behind you or in front of you?
Again, both.
What is the date, location, and time of 2 Yankee?
If you're talking about the call information, I'm on the middle of the screen. It says date of January 10th, 2015.
And what time was this call received?
Received at 19:22 and 32 seconds.
And what is the location?
The location is 330 McDaniel Street, Southwest Atlanta.
Republishing states 533 Yankee Kilo is the first call on 533 Yankee Bravo. How many minutes after 2 Tango we just read is that call?
So what was that? 7:22, I think, was the call we read on there. So that would be approximately 7 minutes. The first call is at 7:29. So it shows up there as 19:29. Again, that's in 24-hour military time. Subtract 12 hours from 19, and you get 729.
And who is the associated name calling who?
So we see that that's between 6080 and 3904. The 6080 is the calling number, and that is Demise McMullen, or the number associated with Demise McMullen. And then the 3904 is associated to Jeffrey Williams.
Now, can you show the jury where the second call is after that and who is calling who?
Your Honor, may I stand and point? I'm not sure the laser pointer, if they can see it.
There's a laser pointer, and also, I don't know which one would
Old
help
school.
you.
I like it.
All right.
So on the total analysis, the number on the left-hand side, you see the phone and then the arrow shooting out. That shows that that's the originating number. So every number on this side here called the number on this side over here. This is the receiving side. So for this very first call, we see the number 6080 place a call at 7:22 p.m. to this 3904. And then this last portion here shows the number of seconds that call was based on review of the records on the outgoing calls phone side.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask Deputy Hilton to assist me with a whiteboard,
All right.
if she would be so kind. I was going to ask for the first call. Could you, anytime someone's name comes up for the first time, Deputy Hilton, would you mind assisting me in writing who calls who?
Yes.
Thank you. So Agent Bernie, how much time is between the first call and the second call?
So 7:29, again, that call there lasts for approximately 47 seconds. And then the next call is at 7:31. Again, the 6080 calls the 8008 number.
Now, the call immediately after that, who was associated with 3145?
3145 is Justin Cobb.
And how long is that call between 3145 and 8008?
So that's this call here, again, at 7:31, that lasts for 34 seconds.
And then after that, is there another call, but with 0 seconds between 6080 and 8008?
There it is. Again, at 7:31.
Now, the first call was the phone associated with McMullen calling the phone associated with Defendant Williams. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Who, after that call, the very first call, who is the next phone number that 3904 calls?
3904 at 7:31, 3904 calls 9596.
And who does 3904 call immediately after that?
So right after that, it's 7:33, 3904 calls 2643.
Is that the first time that 2643 shows up in this toll analysis for this time and date?
It is.
And who is 2643 associated with?
Calvin Treadwell.
After Kevin Treadwell receives that call, who is the next phone that 2643 associated with Kevin Treadwell calls?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Who is the next call that Kevin Treadwell calls after receiving that phone call from 3904?
2643 receives a call from 9596 at 7:35, and then places a call at 7:35 to 9596.
Now, is there ever any communication from 2643 to 6080?
There is.
Where can you show the jury where that is and what time that is?
Yep, so we see here 2643 at 7:38 to 6080. Lasts for 28 seconds.
And is that the phone associated with Kevin Treadwell calling Demise McMullen? And what is the last call depicted on this first slide? What is the time and who is calling who?
So this is at 7:39, the 2643 number, again, places a phone call to 9596 that lasts approximately 7 seconds.
Now, when you've conducted toll analysis, is this a small, medium, or large amount of activity between these numbers?
Objection, Foundation.
Sustained.
Agent Bernie, can you describe for the jury how many times have you conducted toll analysis as a member of the FBI's CAS team?
Probably well over 100, if not several hundred times.
And have those several hundred times you've conducted toll analysis involved more than one number?
Yes.
Have you, through conducting that, have you had time to form an opinion about, or working those hundreds of toll analysis that you've done, have you seen variations in the amount of connections made in the windows you're requested to look at?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance also not beyond the scope of the and of the jury.
Overruled and overruled.
You may answer, Agent Bernie.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. In working those different toll analysis, have you seen variations in the amount of phone connectivity in the couple hundred cases that you've worked specifically on toll analysis? And this specific for January 10th, 2015 toll analysis that you conducted, is it a small, average, or high amount of connections between the phone numbers you analyzed?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Agent Bernie, how many phone call or how many numbers of the numbers you analyzed speak with one another in the first 10 minutes, or excuse me, in the first 17 minutes after the 911 call comes in on January 10th, 2015?
Hold on 1 second. Look at that. So 6 different numbers are involved in calling each other in the time period reviewed between 7:29 and 7:39.
And Agent Bernie, I'm going to write on this whiteboard, and I'm going to use this marker, and then when we're done. So the very first call is, what is the last name associated with the first call?
The first call is McMullen placing a call to Williams.
I'm going to object on the grounds of speculation as to who is calling who. Phones are calling phones. Objection is objection.
Sustained.
Agent Bernie, with phone numbers, I will ask you when I will say associated phone numbers for the names associated with the numbers called for. Is that all right? The associated names. I know you don't know the defendant.
That's correct.
So
Agent Bernie, I'm going to write on here the first time that you see a number in these records, let me know and let the jury know. So first is 6080 associated with McMullen.
That's correct.
And calling 3904, who is associated with Williams.
That's correct.
And who was the next person that Williams calls?
So the next person that the 3904 device associated with Williams calls is the 9596.
And is that number associated with Dora Greer?
It is.
Is the first time 8008 associated with Bradford the second call? The first time that number appears in your toll analysis?
It is.
And who is the next person that 8008 or where is the first call that 2643 comes into on this first slide?
2643 receives a call from the 3904.
Which is the Williams number?
That's correct.
And does 2643 make contact with anyone else we've just discussed, or his phone number we've just discussed, in terms of calling someone?
Yes, as far as outgoing calls from the 2643 phone, the next call is to the 9596.
And is there another call after that 2643 calls?
Yep, 2643 also calls 6080.
Now, Agent Bernie, and I'm going to I'm going to hold up for the jury and you, do you see any connection in what I just wrote on this whiteboard? Is there any pattern you see?
I mean, obviously, we discussed the phones associated with each of these individuals. You can see the calls from and to those individuals are connected to other individuals on the truck.
And is the time span of the calls on this first demonstrative board all within a span or not within a span of 10 minutes?
That's correct.
Now, Agent Bernie, all of this toll analysis, did you ever receive records from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office to form this toll analysis?
I did.
And is that the CDRs you discussed earlier with the jury?
It is.
Can he be seated again?
Yeah, he may, Your Honor. He may have to, if
Hey,
Agent
I
Bernie
just
doesn't
didn't know
mind.
if y'all were done with that or not.
We are going to refer back to it.
Hop back up when you need to again.
So, Agent Bernie, I wanted to show you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 464Y. Did you receive, as part of your analysis, the call detail records for the 6080 number?
I did.
Now, Agent Bernie, can you see this screen before you?
I can.
Does this appear, or does this format of information seem familiar to you?
It is.
And what type of, is this, can you tell if this is Verizon, T-Mobile, Sprint, or something else?
Yeah, this is a Verizon record for phone number ending in 6080.
Now, Agent Bernie, that first call, I'm going to scroll within 464 Yankee till we get to 729. And is Verizon records back in 2015, call detail records, are they in Eastern time, UTC time? What are they in?
They're in Eastern time.
So do you see, and I'm going to highlight it yellow, is that the call that's the first call depicted on in the toll analysis you conducted?
It is.
Now, in these Verizon records, is the number on the, can you explain for the jury, is the number on the left the number that received the call, made the call? What are these two numbers, these two columns to the immediate left of the yellow highlighted indicate?
Yeah, if you scroll all the way to the top, you can see the columns, and then I can better define them out. So as you see, column A is the network element name. So that's basically the switch name. So cell phone towers are put in, obviously, in various areas to provide coverage. And then a group of towers is called a switch. So a lot of towers report to one switch, and that switch then routes traffic to wherever it's going. So column A is the network element name, also called the switch name. So it just shows that these towers are all located in the Atlanta area. Column B is the mobile directory number. That's the number whose records we're looking at. So when a search warrant is obtained by law enforcement, they say, hey, we want Jay Bernie's cell phone records. His number is this, right? And so that is the phone number of the records that we're looking at. Column C is the dialed digits number. That's the number that was called for each interaction. So you may see the 6080 in there. That just means that that was an incoming call to that number. So the dialed digits just means that's who received the phone call. So again, as it would relate to our chart, it would be the numbers on the right-hand side of our chart, the one receiving the phone call. Call direction is a code used by Verizon to show whether it was an incoming or outgoing call, or back in 2015, it used to be like Verizon to Verizon would get special codes. The seizure date and time, that's the date and then the time period for each activity. So again, you can see the first call shown on there is January 1, 2015 at 1:22. And the times of these are all going to be in Eastern time. Seizure time is how long the call actually occurred. So from the time you hit that green button until that call is terminated or ended within Verizon, that's how long that call actually occurred.
Now, Agent Bernie, I'm going to go back to the call at 7:29 on January 10th. And I want to ask you, you see this highlighted call?
I do.
When is the last time before this call that's 6080 associated with McMullen and 3904 associated with Williams interact with one another?
So you'd have to scroll over on the right-hand side, but it looks like the last time 3904 was called by this number is right above that on January 10th at 6:57 a.m.
Is that morning or evening?
That's in the morning. So the times listed on here again would be in the 24-hour clock. So stuff after 12 o'clock will show up as 13, as 1 o'clock, 14 is 2 o'clock, so forth and so on.
And between those calls, do you see any of the associated target numbers that you analyzed interact with one another between that 6:57 in the morning call between 3904 and 6080 and the 7:29 p.m. call between 6080 and 3904?
Can you scroll over to the right just a little bit?
Yes.
Can you expand column K?
Column K?
Yep, at the top right. There we go. So now we can see the dialed digits and then also the numbers associated with placing the call. So you can see both sides of it. So in between the 6:57 a.m.
And I'm going to highlight that in yellow for purposes.
In between the 6:57 a.m. and the 7:29 p.m., none of the other 11 phone numbers that I was asked to take a look at are called or contacted by the 6080 phone.
Now, Agent Bernie, I'm going to put up what's marked as 533 Yankee Charlie.
Mr. Atkins, it's about 5:40.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just next few minutes, like this, not launch into a 30-minute thing.
Your Honor, this may be a good time to stop before
Okay, let's do that.
another board.
All right.
Thank
you. And Agent Bernie, sorry to make you come back another time, but there is no way we're getting through your testimony.
Yes,
this
Your Honor.
Saturday. All right. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I am going to give y'all our regular reminders that you need to make sure not to discuss this case with anybody or allow anybody to discuss it with you, and don't do any kind of research about this case in any way, and do not watch, listen to, read, otherwise absorb any kind of accounts about this case or anybody involved in it, and enjoy your rest of your day, and we'll see y'all when we see you next. All right. I know, but.
All right, guys, I'm getting off so I can finish up. I got a few things I got to finish, but don't forget to meet me back here tonight at 7 for WTF Wednesdays. We're going to have a great key, y'all. So come back, see y'all at 7 for WTF Wednesdays. Anything you want to play or you want to see, let me know. Thank y'all for staying on with me today. Love y'all.